I'm here. I'm just a few minutes late. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna finish typing what I was... God, my hair is poofy today. I need a haircut. I'm just gonna finish typing what I was writing here. Or I can't concentrate, really. Honestly, I can't concentrate if I don't. In the meantime, by the way, we can we can do this. We can do not that. We're gonna do second monitor, and we're gonna remove me because this is funny as shit.
If Putin gets a
just listen to his. It's not about the argument. It's about the voice. Just listen to the voice. It's funny as fuck.
Now you talked about like Russia being a dangerous bear to poke, and I understand that. The problem I have is that I think it's worse in the other direction. If Putin gets a win and takes over all of Ukraine, now they share a border with Poland. That's dangerous. I mean, if we meaningfully want to fix this, right? If we want to de-escalate the conflict. Yeah. If we want to de-escalate the conflict, we cannot let Russia border more NATO countries. Russia does not have the most self-control when it comes to engagement with its borders, especially when it comes to former Soviet states. I think it's necessary that they lose here for exactly the reason you cite, that they need to not be interfered with. Because the worst thing you can do with somebody like Putin is let him win, is let him get what he wants over and over. With Chechnya, with Georgia, with Crimea, he builds and he builds and he builds. And then what are you teaching him? Well, I mean, ultimately, you're teaching him that he can get what he wants with violence. And I think that it's essential that he not. If nothing else, Ukraine is a quagmire, a desperate one that has cost the lives of many soldiers on both sides, and that's horrible. But it's a war Putin started. And I think that we face the potential of much more conflict down the line if he gets...
No, I have no idea why it sounded like that, but it's funny as fuck. To me, at least. Which is all that really matters. Oh, now I did that. I'm gonna have to remove second monitor. There we go. What? I am not up on my game today. I am so sorry for that. I'm gonna see if I can't find the oh, someone just left. Rumble. It must be on Rumble. Rumble! Let's get ready to rumble. I'm just looking over the website here. Sorry. There. Of course, fresh and fit, of course, with softcore porn, naturally. So this guy's just doing the rounds, isn't he? Uncensored, with Larry Sinclair. Like, he has no evidence. None whatsoever.
You just don't know me very well.
And he gets to be on the show, I guess. What else do we have? What? I recognize that flag. Before I do this, I just remembered. Oh, I completely forgot. That I just found out today. The Red Eyes TV is created by a fucking Swede. I had no idea about this at all. And then it just came. Red Eyes TV. So I'm just gonna do a quick research here. Doesn't give me anything new. What if we just do that? Henrik. No go zone if you can't join and beat them. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. There is a very, very, very strong and large collaboration between far-right American organizations and Swedish far-right organizations. It is a very strong tie, and I do not appreciate it. And apparently these two are married even. Trump mugshot, fake Vivek. I have to listen to his. So they're married. He lives in Sweden. Does she live in Sweden too?
Feels like it was 2 days. And then we're back with you here, 25th of August, 2023. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you for joining us. Wherever you are out there, if you're joining us in the archives later on, Odyssey, Rumble, maybe tuning in later on VK.
I've never seen him before, because I don't watch Red Ice TV. The only one from Red Ice TV I'm familiar with is his wife. But if I had watched him, I would have no idea that he was Swedish. Not only Swedish descendant, but a Swedish citizen, living in Sweden, growing up in Sweden. A perfect English, I might add. Is he better than me? Maybe.
K or BitChute, thank you so much for joining us, or of course on the websites.
I can hear it there. I could hear it there. There it came. That's.
For joining us, wherever you are out there, if you're joining us in the archives later on, Odyssey, Rumble, maybe tuning in later on VK or BitChute, thank you so much for joining us, or of course.
Joining us? That's the Swedish. Tack så mycket för att ni kommer hit.
On the websites, how are you doing?
Good. Yeah, it does feel like 2 days. I had to chuckle. I was like, yeah, oh my gosh, it's already been a week.
Yeah.
Man, time is accelerating, and I am not looking forward to.
But he speaks with her daily, I'm assuming at least, so he's getting that practice. I am speaking with myself, so I don't get the interaction the feedback, you know?
The rollout of the.
I'm gonna blame that.
Shitty. I don't know. Even people around here, people are gonna. Some people.
But does she live in Sweden then? Well, can't. No, nothing there. Okay, Red Ice. Wrong. Really? Thank you. What a puzzle. Female. Maybe on. Ooh. Oh, there's a Lana Loktev. There we go. Lana Loktev. Does she reside in Sweden at the moment? So Red Ice according to Southern Private Law Center, Red Ice TV. Do we have a Swedish? Nope. This is from 2022. Late 2022 even. I've talked about this forum before. If you ever want to know what's going on in Sweden, this is the forum you go to. It's older than Reddit. It's older than 4chan, I believe. It's definitely older than 8chan at least. Flashback Wiki. It was founded in 83 as a corporation, but it started in 2000 and 4chan 2003. Come on, let's go Sweden, let's go. Woo! Very surprised that Red Ice TV is the absolute best alternative media ever, don't have its own thread. Created by Swedish. Red Ice is an alternative media with a pro-European perspective. Their slogan is, "The future is the past." Does not sound fascistic at all. Laura, no, Loktef. Lana, not Laura, Lana. Oh, she's a Russian American even. Oh my God. This member. Oh, and by the way, do not scroll this. Wait, no, they don't have images even. It's just a text forum, so you can scroll it. It's just text. Amazing. So what if I Google or search for? Can I search? I have to be logged in. Give me a moment. And because I'm not giving you guys. No, it's just this thread. It's just one thread. I'm not giving you guys my my flashback username at all. Holy shit, that would be... Whew, that could be spicy. So these are not like 90% Nazis here, okay? But it's more than Nazis on this forum. It's like, but in politics, on flashback, yeah, you're gonna get them Nazis, okay? You're gonna get them Nazis, and if you're not a Nazi, be aware. Be the fuck aware. Oh, right. That's why. I hate this. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. So he's talking about some far-right stuff here. He wants an alternative to Windows. Good luck with that. Unless you want to pay for a Mac. Well, I'm guessing that's Jewish coded, so that won't happen. You can try Linux. It's Finnish, after all. Or it's founded in Finland, at least. So he can probably find... I bet you there's a Nazi Linux distro. I bet you there's a Nazi Linux distro. No, never mind. Never mind. It's not gonna be more interesting. I'm sorry. Wait, is this? Why are they talking? Okay, whatever. I'm just musing myself at the moment. Is that something you say? Muse yourself. Yeah. I'm just musing myself. Why was I? Because I was called out on Twitter for using muse. Muse myself. Can you say muse yourself, but not myself? That's fucking stupid. A person or an imaginary being or force that gives someone ideas and helps them to write, paint, or make music. An ancient Greek and Roman stories, one of the 9 goddesses. To think about something carefully and for a long time. An image of imaginary force that gives you ideas and helps you to write, paint, or make music, or perhaps... we can say muse yourself. Finding fun and peace outside of your mind. Like, it's what? Why is it only this book? I don't like that. There seems to be only one book about this. Okay, whatever. We're not here for this. I'm gonna have to do some research on my own about this. But safe to say that I am sad and a bit worried that this Nazi channel is actually run by a Swede. Strange things are happening, my friends. Jimmy Dore. Jimmy motherfucking Dore. Come on. We want the channel. And we want... no. They don't have live videos here? No. Jimmy Dore, Cornel West interview. Does he mention it? Dore, no. Okay. Jimmy Dore. Why is this so hard to find? I don't want the clips. I want the entire goddamn thing. What? They private it? Oh, come on. Oh my god, they privated it? There has to be an archive somewhere. I'll probably still vote for him. Right? It's riveting. I love this. I love this for myself. I shouldn't have done any research at all prior to this. Absolutely. I am a genius. I've ignored.
We have a special guest today.
Yes!
It is an honor to have our next guest with us. He
Like
was
2 years ago. You know what? You know what? Let's listen to this. Let's do this. We listen to this and then we go check the clips and see the difference. Can we do that?
Today.
Is that okay?
Thank you. It is an honor to have our next...
Before we do, and I am sorry for this, but my glass is empty and I need it filled. I really do need one of those massive jugs. My girlfriend has one. I'm just too lazy, you know. It's a problem. That's for sure. Okay. Jimmy Dore had an interview with Cornel West yesterday that for some inexplicable reason isn't live anymore. Now, why he does that, I have no idea. I can only assume. Instead, we're going to watch an interview from 2 years ago. Let's listen. Let's see what this is about. It's on Force the Vote, the main issue on everyone's lips, and it's been that way since, for 3 years, apparently.
Guest with us. He was with us at Occupy. He was with us against the wars. He was with us at Standing Rock. He was with us at Ferguson. He was with us in Charlottesville. And he is with us for the fight to force the vote for Medicare for all. He's one of the great moral thinkers of our time. Please welcome Dr. Cornel West. Dr. West, it's a pleasure.
My brother, you know I salute you, man. You straight out of Chicago. That means you got a jump start in life. and I applaud your artistry, man. As a comic, you putting a smile on Richard Pryor and Lenny Bruce's face. And then you a force for good, telling the truth, keeping the pressure on not just the politicians, but the establishments. This concentrated power in the Democratic Party or any other party, but it's in the name of the people, man. See, the thing is, an artist, you're able to acknowledge your allegiance is actually to the truth and justice. It's not an allegiance to a party. That makes all the difference in the world.
About that
frees you up, man. Frees you up. Richard Pryor was a free man. Lenny Bruce, free. Miles Mabley, free. Jimmy Dore, free.
Oh, sorry.
I feel that way. Me. I appreciate you saying that. I've tried to use comedy to forward progressive ideas my whole life. I was told not to do it by every agent, manager, and club owner I ever worked for, and it paid off. It worked. I got, I was able to create space for other people to do the same thing.
Skip the
We know that it doesn't want to hit mass incarceration. We know it doesn't want to hit the situation, the plight and predicament of working people, so that Wall Street is still very much in the driver's seat of the Democratic Party. Just as it was very much in the driver's seat of the Republican Party. Mm-hmm. We're looking for what do ordinary people, everyday people, working people of all colors, all genders, all sexual orientation, all regions, what will we have? And that's the fundamental question, brother. And that's what you have been highlighting year after year after year. And I salute you for it, man. I really do. What? It just means, you're going to be misconstrued, misunderstood, attacked,
Dore.
Characters.
So I'm waiting for Dore to respond here. Unfortunately, we didn't have Dore on the camera when Cornel West said
Democratic Party, just as it was very much in the driver's seat of the Republican Party. People of all colors, all genders, all sexual orientation.
All colors, all genders, all sexual orientations. Jimmy is a famous and outspoken anti-trans activist. Not activist, but he's a gender-critical person,
Year after year after year. And
we'll see that 2 years ago?
Man. I really do. It just means, you're going to be misconstrued, misunderstood, attacked, character assassination, and so forth. I mean, I say join the club. They've been coming at me for decades after decades. You got a smile on your face. I got a smile on my face. Because when you're fighting for something bigger than just the next party election or the next position in the establishment, then you got a different kind of freedom, man. Different kind of.
Damn, Cornel West just speaks endlessly. It just goes on and on and on. He's jumped on like 3 different topics here, it seems, and just bloviating, which is why I don't support him as president. Really, I could never support someone who can't get to the point. It's okay to be an activist and speak like this. To be a president, I want someone who speaks more directly, more clearly, more succinctly, actually.
Free. America needs more free brothers and sisters of all colors. And it's often been the artists who've been the vanguard in that regard, the musicians and the comic artists. But we need free folk across the board if this democratic project is going to sustain itself, given the very ugly, not just neoliberal, but predatory capitalist and imperial foreign policy in place. I'm talking about that high, thick form of militarism that comes out of the color, no matter.
Always wondered, why is it?
Wow. I want to interview Cornel West. That must be the easiest interview you can ever do. 440. How much have Jimmy spoken. 10 seconds? A minute? Okay, a minute.
You know, you talk about being a revolutionary Christian. I've always wondered,
He doesn't mention the gender. Mm-hmm.
why isn't every Christian a socialist?
Well, I tell you, most Christians don't want to follow Jesus into that temple and run out the money changers, brother.
This is what they're doing. Forced vote. Okay, here's the juicy parts, I guess.
We're talking about you and I are joining forces with some other people. We're trying to
If this is boring, I have alternatives. I don't worry. I'm gonna do the interview some other time then.
get this force to vote happening. And so there is a forcetovote.org right now. And so what's happening, and it's all brought to even more of a head today because we found out today that Nancy Pelosi did another shifty move and screwed a progressive out of her seat on a committee. And that progressive,
Tell me a little bit more about what happened, man.
yeah, so she will work, and so she got shafted off. Get your progressives in Congress. So what we're telling, so the speaker, and I want to see 22 time for a vote for Medicare for all. Is it, Dr. West? Is there some magical time in the future? They don't know when it's coming, but it's never coming. It never is going to come. How it happens is you create space for it to happen by forcing politicians' hand. Isn't
Yes, you create a space by forcing politicians' hand. The people force the politicians' hand. But you don't force 1, 2, 3, maybe 5, maybe 10 politicians. You have to force them all. And you don't force them by force the vote. That doesn't help on this issue. It helps in some issues, but not on this issue. But this is such a well-known and talked about issue that if you, because they're still talking about forced to vote, by the way. They're still, that's why this is still relevant. By forcing the vote will just give you a list of names, okay? That's the names we're gonna primary. There we go. We're gonna primary the people who vote no. Okay, sure, go ahead, do that. But Jimmy, you're calling for AOC, Ilhan Omar, Aliana Presley, Bernie Sanders now apparently also, I guess, to be primaried. So you don't want them, you don't want people who will vote for M4A to still be in office. You want the M4A crowd to be firebrand with no political strategy, really. That's his goal. He wants them to talk a good game. He wants them to show a good game, but he doesn't really care if they do a good game.
Isn't that what you do?
Oh, that's how you put that pressure on, though, brother. We demand the right to vote, as Sister Marianne Williams was saying, and absolutely right. That demanding that right means you're bringing tremendous power and pressure to bear to keep politicians accountable. But what happens is that you can imagine, a number of...
Wait. Just, let's take a look at how you demand a force the vote, okay? Force the vote rally. Force the vote for M4A. Can we really force the vote? No. I'm not seeing much of a rally here. What I do know is, or we can do this even. Jimmy Dore rally. Wow. That's a crowd, okay? This is a crowd. Do you want to see how this is a women's march even, so it's not even it's a women's march. Not even applicable. This is the crowd, apparently, for force to vote. Or you have force to vote, Jimmy Dore. Oh, not rally. We want event. Live? Can we not get a picture from a live event? Well, okay, whatever. He's done a live event. Now let's look at Civil Rights March. This is how you force the vote. This is how you demand representation. This is how you demand rights. You make clear that this is a movement that's not going away. You make it clear that unless we get X, Y, Z, you're not getting A, B, C. This is how you force the vote. Not by going on internet shows and talking to people and doing live events and stuff like that. No. You go out, you march, and you demand. And I agree. There should be a demand for it. I don't understand why there isn't a general strike happening at this moment. We have for two things. God, I'm poofy. What is that? The first thing you demand, Medicare for all. Naturally, of course. Duh. Universal health care, but come on. The second thing you demand, a referendum on the Electoral College. Those two demands alone would fix, in time, of course, would fix probably at least half. Within the first 1, 2, maybe 4 years, it's going to fix a lot of problems. The second, and then long term, it's going to fix like 90% of the issues when compared to Europe. Europe has its issues, but compared to Europe, America has a lot more. These two things will fix most of those issues. You know what? Skip the referendum on the Electoral College. Ranked choice voting. There. March for that. And I don't understand why there isn't a general strike for this at the moment. Like, demanding these two things. I do not understand. Because we have the Writers Guild strike. We have warehouse strikes. We have McDonald's strikes. We have Starbucks strikes. We have unionization across the board in, I guess, all states. But they cannot, for some reason, come together with every union and say, it is time. We need a general strike now. And I just realized, fuck. I just realized why. Unions do not... Do unions want that? No. Unions do in the US do not support universal health care. That's why, of course. I'm stupid. The reason they don't support it there is because they have fought tooth and nail to get the benefits they have. They've had to be ruthless in order to get it, and now they're ruthless in their defense of the benefits they get. And that's going to make them adverse towards handing that over to the government, you know, to handle. Maybe new unions where there's less benefits in your contract might have a better deal, better chance at coming together to create this general strike. Maybe. But the general strike can't be with Starbucks employees or stuff, or McDonald's employees. They're not going to do it. That's not gonna do it. You need a general strike with warehouse workers. You need a general strike with transportation workers, the cleaning workers. Yeah, those three. Maybe education workers. But those three is going to completely just halt the entire economy. So yeah, that's going to That's how today in current present America you would force the vote.
Our progressive brothers and sisters of all colors who are in the Democratic Party recognize that they're between a rock and a hard place. Because if they have allegiance to the corporate wing of the party, if they have allegiance to the neoliberal elites in the party, then they can't hold on to their progressive sensibilities, their progressive policies. If they're too progressive, then the neoliberals and the establishment Democratic Party come down on them and push them further to the margins. And we're simply saying, we come along and say, we are free of our allegiance to the Democratic Party establishment. We're free of our allegiance to Nancy Pelosi. We can speak the truth. We can bear witness to a justice. And most importantly, we can make sure that our fellow citizens across the board, in fact, have a recognition of their humanity and decency by having access to health care. Vast majority of our fellow citizens support it. Majority of Republicans even support Medicare for all.
Yes.
So this is not some kind of subversive operation that we're trying to promote as if we're part of a lunatic fringe. It's just that big pharmaceutical companies, those big insurance companies, they've got a stranglehold. In the same way corporate power has a stranglehold on the flow of public policy. And that needs to be disclosed, that needs to be revealed, and that's one of the roles that we have, brother. And I don't want you to ever get discouraged. I'm not going to get discouraged bringing this power and pressure to bear. Sometimes it has a chance of a snowball in hell. We do it because it's right. We do it because it's just. We do it because we have a caring concern for the vulnerable folk. And sometimes it looks like we're going to win. We do it, we win, but we don't stop. We remain as vigilant after our victory as before, because we got a long way to go before we get a chance to affirm the dignity of our fellow citizens.
I agree. But there's one thing he's missing here, I believe. There is one major thing he's missing even. Rosa Parks. Everyone knows who Rosa Parks is, right? Everybody knows her. She is read about globally, I believe. She refused to if you don't remember, if you need a primer on who Rosa Parks is, she refused to move to the back of the bus. That's it. She sat in the front of the bus where colored people were not allowed. So she was asked to move further back. She was, I believe, a single mother. She had no priors. She was very sympathetic. She was just a all-around good person that decided to put her life on the line for this cause. Now, one history that isn't as talked about, isn't as read about, because it's not important for the basic education information, okay? And that thing is that she wasn't the first to refuse to move back to the bus, on the bus. Yeah, Rosa Parks, not the first. Here. Before Rosa Parks, was Claudette Colvin, NPR. Before Rosa Parks, there was Claudette Colvin, most known about Rosa Parks. 9 months earlier, 15-year-old Claudette Colvin refused to give up her seat on the same bus system. Now, why Rosa Parks then? And by the way, I believe there were many between there. I believe there were other people who were inspired by Claudette. Wait, is it autofocusing? Because I'm in focus now. If I do this, have we reverted back to autofocus? Yeah, we have. I'm sorry, I don't like. It is a manual. Is it? Yeah, now it's a manual. So why Rosa Parks? Why not Claudette, the 15-year-old girl? Why this? Why her? Because what MLK and the civil rights movement realized, you can't have anyone. You can't just pick a random person off the street who happens to be in the wrong circumstances that you're trying to fix. You have to pick the right person for that. You have to be you have to strategize. You have to be tactical of who you allow as the face of your movement. Now, obviously, we're not talking about the face of a movement here. We're talking about healthcare. We're talking about universal things. There's not a one descriptor of the person, how they look, who is being discriminated against this. Everyone is discriminated equally if we ignore economy, if we ignore people's salaries, if we ignore workers. But you can't really necessarily see who's rich and who's poor, right? You can be poor and wear Nike sneakers, Jordans, stuff like that, if you find that important. And you can be rich and just dress in a black polo, you know? So we can't have a one person. So it needs to be other strategies. But force the vote, as Jimmy Dore wants, and as Cornel West, seemingly at least, endorsed 2 years ago, it's meaningless. Means nothing.
Especially poor and working class citizens, no matter what color, no matter what state agenda.
So,
is Cornel West autistic? He might be autistic. He might have a streak of autism.
AOC advocated for causing a ruckus and making people uncomfortable inside the Democratic Party. That's what she said.
Button.
And how do we make people more comfortable with making politicians uncomfortable? Because a lot of people are uncomfortable doing that. What do we do?
That's a.
How do we make people more comfortable making politicians uncomfortable? I don't disagree with that necessarily. I do not disagree with that. It is the other strategy. It is an issue, and I can't say that Sweden we are worse than America on this issue. I guess, you know what? Apart from the UK, maybe the UK, we're not comfortable. We don't talk about our politicians in this way. We don't engage with our politicians in this way, really. Politics, at least in Sweden, is very much an up there thing. If you want to, you'll engage through the parties. We don't have these institutes that America have. These not public relations institutes, these influencing institutes like the Heritage Foundation and stuff like that. We don't have those types of things yet. But I am seeing that trend with the Sweden Democrats having their own YouTube channel, for example, is a very good example of moving more public, more direct, a more direct engagement with the audience of your party, you know. So we are moving towards that, but we don't have it yet. So it's it is interesting to see Americans saying, "Oh, we need to be more comfortable engaging with politicians," when to a Swede, like, you're already engaging a lot more than anyone else in the world, probably.
Good question. Oh, we know it's just by example. It's by example. You know, we're the kind of creatures, we human beings, that we would all rather see sermons than hear sermons. Which means that we have to exemplify what we're talking about. You know, we could act like we're so critical all we want in the abstract, But if we don't come through with our bodies, with our energies, with our clout, with our whatever gravitas we have,
Finding
with
your
our authority,
voice.
then people know we're just talking.
Medicare for
And
all.
so, you as an artist.
I like this. I like that they've. I don't think they should have cut it up. Lawrence Sneed there. I'm guessing you're commenting, Lawrence, on my, by the way, first time viewer, first time in the stream at least. Welcome, I think. Yes, there are coups, and that is a type of engagement with your politicians, I guess. But that's not the type of engagement I am talking about. I'm talking more about the, not the take up arms type, because that's a global thing, even though, again, in Sweden, we've never, since, when was Gustav Vasa? 1500s? He died he was born, 1500s. Middle of 1500s, we had an insurrection, but since then, a successful insurrection, and which unified the country and still does. It's our country father, Gustav Vasa, strong person, very, very, very poofy, to use an old gay term, I guess. Can I open the image? Thank you. Here. Gustav Vasa. The man, the myth, the legend. If you're interested in skiing, it's a yearly event, which, not in honor of Gustav Vasa, but inspired by Gustav Vasa's travels. So I'm not talking about insurrection. I'm more talking about just affecting and directly talking about policies, politics, issues, politicians. And the reason that America has it and Sweden don't is because you talk about people. You have my congressman, my senator, my state representative, etc. So my regional representative. We don't have that. We have a party. And then we have a parliament. So we vote for the party, and then the party in the parliament decides which person has which position, you know? And that's it. We don't vote on our prime minister. We vote on the party, and if the party is the biggest, they tend to become, their leader tends to become the prime minister. So that's you're very distant from the people doing in thought, not in person, but in thought. You're very distant to the people in power. So if you engage in politics in Sweden, at least, you engage through the party system. But since we have a parliament, it's not as the American system, at least. But I like this. Okay, what I was saying here, I don't think he should have cut it up, because he just wants to talk about forced to vote, and Cornel West wants to talk about everything else. Probably because, okay, let's roll it back a bit. When I first heard forced to vote, I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. Why not? Why not? Why not attempt it? Why not just, well, we can do it. Sure. It's not the worst idea in the world. But there are other ideas. There are other considerations to take into account. But when I first heard it, I'm like, yeah, sounds good. We can try it. 2 years ago, yeah, I might have still been, maybe. I don't remember exactly December 19, 2020. That forced to vote here. Yeah, perfectly. I'm perfectly happy with that. But Cornel West doesn't want to talk only about that. He wants to talk about how we engage, how we make people more engaged in politics. And Jimmy Dore just wants to talk about his issue, about the thing he's pushing for, about the thing he is concerned about.
Give you all. This is an example.
So doing all of this just shows that, okay, here's not about forced to vote. Here's forced to vote again. Here's not forced to vote. Most replayed? Finding your voice. Okay, let's go back to forced to vote.
Forcetovote.org. Go to forcetovote.org.
How do we get back to this?
Everybody's for sale, and that reinforces depression. That reinforces people's sense of paralysis and powerlessness. And we say, no, we just coming off the largest protest move, the demonstration in the history of the country this summer. People were raising their voices. We're going to keep that momentum going, brother.
What is up his nose?
This summer, people were raising their voices. We're going to keep that momentum.
Does he have a blemish on it in his nose? That's a. Oh, I would have that removed. that must be really annoying.
Momentum going. Brother Dore's gonna do it in his Chicago-like, comic, powerful, visionary smile. I'm gonna do it in my chocolate side city orientation here at Harvard, and we are in this together, my brother.
Forcetovote.org. Go to forcetovote.org. And we also we want you to go there, sign our petition, pass it around. It's to let these people know how much power they actually have, because they have a lot of power right now. They have a lot of
Who the fuck is Raul Kriyavleva? But again, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people out of, what is it, 300 Congress members? How many? Out of 535 people. No, there's okay. So sorry, 435 in the House of Representatives. That's what he wants. 10 people to. We're gonna have a list of. What is it? 425 no votes.
leverage.
Wow.
And this isn't the only time that they're going to have it. This is the most important time right now that they have it. And if we don't get this Medicare for all vote, it might not be till 2025 before we even get another chance. So there's never a wrong time to do the right thing. And now is the time, in the middle of a deadly pandemic, bad time. Dr. Cornel, in fact, Movement for a People's Party is you're joining the.
Cornel West left the People's Party for the Green Party. Well, this might be the first time he is introduced to it. I don't know.
Advisory Council, right? Moving forward.
Oh, he's the
my
advisory
dear brother
council.
Nick Brown, indeed. I'm blessed to be on that advisory.
Is Jimmy Dore still in the People's Party? Dore. Theodore Roosevelt. Nope. Is this the wrong party, by the way? It might be the wrong party. It's the wrong party. In August 2020, the organization had a virtual people's convention that was viewed by 400,000 people on various platforms. Speakers included former Democratic Party 2020 presidential election candidate Marianne Williamson, former Harvard University professor and philosopher Cornel West, Sanders 2020 co-chair Nina Turner, former Minnesota governor Jesse Ventura, comedian, politician, commentator, artist, satirist. How is he a satirist? Is he satirizing himself? Is he satirizing the Maga communist? Maybe. Journalist Chris Hedges. That's him. And podcaster Ryan Knight, of course. Everyone prior to Jimmy Dore must be embarrassed to have been there by now. Holy shit.
We've got to break the back of this two-party duopoly. Both of them tied to Wall Street. Both of them tied to big money. Both of them tied to Pentagon militarism. Look at how both parties vote for the military budget. I think, Brother Bernie's calling for 10%. That's very important. Barbara Lee is concerned about it. But see, those are still just voices in the wilderness. Voices in the wilderness. And as you know, Brother Dore, that You know, I'm just a little small part of the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. What did Martin Luther King Jr. talk about? The ways in
The big issue I have with Cornel West, as a streamer, as a listener, I'm perfectly happy, but as a streamer, he moves like this. I can see the through thread, but I'm waiting for him to give me a pause, to give me something that I can just, okay, now we can talk about the point you made. You give me tidbits here and there, but you don't give me the point that you're making. Listen to this. Listen to this.
about it, but see that, you know, brother, tourism, look at how Wall Street Advisory
So we're going to
Council-
start with,
brother,
let's just do it from here.
I think, you know, Brother Bernie's calling for 10%.
Hey, Blaze.
That's very important. Barbara Lee is concerned about it, but see, those are still just voices
So he's talking about Bernie Sanders, Barbara Lee, being concerned about some the 1%, you know, stuff like that. Okay, fair enough.
in the
And how do we connect this to?
wilderness. Voices in the wilderness. And as you know, Brother Dore, that
So he just calls them voices in the wilderness.
you know,
and
I'm
then,
just a little small part of the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. What did Martin Luther King
like I can see the through line. I can see the tension in the middle here, with all these lines sticking out. But he hasn't mentioned the tension yet. He hasn't mentioned the intersect of all these things yet.
Jr. talked
And that's
about?
what I'm waiting
The
for. I
ways in
hate
which
it.
Militarism, racism of any kind, against black folk, against brown folk, against Jews, against
Again, he went from Bernie Sanders talking about 1% and how that's just voices in the wilderness, and now he's on racism and yada.
Catholics, against Arabs, against Palestinians, against Ethiopians, against
So the through line is these are all meaningless and sideshows, I guess. We need to focus on the big picture, on the main focus, on the blah, blah, blah. We can do both. We can chew and walk at the same time. My girlfriend can, but I know I can.
Guatemalans, racism of any kind, poverty. Thank God for William Barber. Thank God for Sister Thea Harris and the Poor People's Campaign. And then militarism, then materialism, which is a spiritual condition, oh brother. And this, as an
Materialism is a spiritual condition?
artist, you understand the role of the spirit. You see, once materialism sets in, so many human beings are willing to do anything for carrots, anything for money, anything for inclusion, anything for a pat on the back.
Okay. If he means that way, sure.
So Martin Luther King Jr. understood all four of those, sucking the energies out of democracy. And that's my tradition. And I'm going to be faithful unto death to that tradition, brother.
But Martin Luther King didn't he strike a deal? MLK strikes deal with Democrats, didn't he? I believe there was something that people have criticized, or not criticized him for today, perhaps, but back then it's just something rattling around in the back of my head somewhere back there. I can't. I can't.
Just like you're
bring
going to
it
be
forth,
faithful
though.
unto death to the legacy of the great comic artist, man.
And we're just joining forces to get people some Medicare for all. And
Absolutely.
And if not now, when? If not here, where?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So this was a very cordial, very friendly, very agreeable conversation. Now, he had an interview with him yesterday, Jimmy. That didn't go as cordially. Unfortunately, very, very, very unfortunately, he doesn't save, or he doesn't allow people to watch the live stream after the fact. You have to be there or you're gone. Rockfin, what's that? I just saw something. Rockfin. What is this? What is this? I've never heard of this. Jimmy Dore streams here, apparently. on live on Rumble, YouTube, and Rockfin or Rookfin. Eddie Bravo, lol. Probably. Oh my God, Brian Callen. This is where he's gone. Okay. I've never heard of this. Is this like an invite creators? Is this an invite thing, perhaps? Doesn't look like it. Okay, Jimmy Dore. Just another. I don't understand why people are on this site. 87,000 followers here. Live streams. Can they? Premium. Is it worth it? No, 1 year ago. 1 year ago. That's not worth it. That's absolutely not worth it. Okay, so it's not there. It's not there. There. We're gonna have to look at clips. That's how we're gonna look at clips, and that's how we're gonna consume this shit show. So there might be repeats. We might have to skip some video. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. This is gonna be the highlights. I didn't want to watch the highlights. I wanted to watch the entire video, but it's not public, so I can't.
Exactly what was the level of corruption that took place during these years, be able to see not just the text, we know the books are out there, but they have a truth commission so that we can see what voices were marginalized, what voices were pushed aside, and make sure it never happens again. I resonate with the spirit of what my green, and as important as the issue of vaccines and the COVID situation was, when you say...
Hold on, I completely spaced. I'm sorry. There's just something about COVID, something about needing a national... something.
Exactly what was the level of corruption that took place during these years, be able to see not just the text, we know the books are out there, but they have a truth commission so that we can see what voices were marginalized, what voices were pushed aside, and make sure it never happens again. I resonate with the spirit of what my green, and as important as
I don't disagree with that. There can absolutely there are we can learn from this. Sure, having a truth commission doesn't mean you did anything wrong. It means you want to know. It means, well, actually, it does mean you did something wrong, maybe, because it implies there were people were misled, which in some cases they were, like with the mask and stuff like that. Sure, but I think you should have a commission on the pandemic response and a global commission on the pandemic response. Have UN organize it, have every nation do their own commissions on how the response went, what they can do next time, where they went wrong, and then have like a summit where they discuss this. I think that would be the way to go here, actually.
Issue of vaccines and the COVID situation was, when you say that's probably the most important issue in your lifetime or in the last 25 or 30 years, in light of all the wars, in light of what Palestinians are going through, in light of what work.
How fucking sad is Jimmy Dore at the moment? He looks so fucking sad. Oh my God. Look at this man. Look at him. That's not a man who's happy with what's going on right now, you know? That is a man who has regrets, okay?
Workers are going through. 63% of them living paycheck to paycheck in terms of all the vicious attacks of the police and the murders and so forth. And yet this vaccine issue is the most important thing. I say, okay, that's my dear brother Jimmy. He's got a right to raise his voice. I'm not going to in any way push it.
Scathing critique of Jimmy Dore. And you can see how he's seething, Jimmy. Oh my... Oh. I'm going to be spoiled, but I'm going to be away this weekend. If I wasn't going away this weekend, I might have streamed like tomorrow or the next day just to be able to react to the full video when it's out. But I can't, and I so want to. I do want to. But this is a great contrast, and I love the seething, the hate. Can I even... There. Can we enlarge me, perhaps? Just put us side by side. Like, it's It's really, he's really, really angry here. I love it. You love to see it.
Away, but I just live in a different world. As important as vaccines have been, if I had another chance, I'd be leaning much more with the Black Caucus. But when I think of the weightiest issue,
leaning more with the Black Caucus. What does that mean? Leaning more with the Black. What did they have? Black Caucus. The vaccines. COVID-19. Nope. The National Black Caucus of the Green Party of the United States strongly opposes the use of forced vaccination via mandates. South Carolina. Is this them? No. Oh, sorry. Okay. Alaska Black Caucus. We say no to mandates. So maybe it's the mandates thing he's talking about. It might be Black Caucus Green. The Green Party have their... The Green Party have their own Black Caucus, apparently. Okay. How many members do the Green Party even have? Green Party membership numbers of New England. Green Party USA. 234,000 members. That's... Is that even... That's not even 1%, is it? No, it's 0.2%. What is this? But what is this logo though? Okay, whatever. See, it looks like something a child came up with. Okay, Jimmy Dore is mad that brother West is calling him out for focusing on myopic issues that are tangential to people's material conditions. The thing we just saw him talking about in the previous video, where he said that he comes from the MLK school. We don't focus on these things over here, or the 1%, or tangential issues. You focus on the main core issue. Dore doesn't do that. Not anymore, at least.
Vaccines does not come immediately to mind. It just doesn't. That's the kind of world we live in, brother.
Okay.
Maybe I'll spend,
Well, here it is. Black business owners collapsed by 41%. Black business because of lockdown.
Okay. He's talking about vaccines, by the way. Not lockdowns. Vaccines.
Do you care yet?
Well, no,
70,000 workers in one state were fired because of vaccine mandates. When are you going to care? Do they all have to be trans? When are you going to care?
Had to throw in the trans issue. I don't care that those jobs were lost. They can be rebuilt. They're probably gonna be rebuilt, most of them. They're gonna reemerge. After we can check. Black business was it 41? Was it 41%? Isn't that the trans number? Lockdowns. Studies suggest outsizing harm to African Americans and Latinos. It might be the reason it's so many black-owned businesses rather than white-owned businesses is that white-owned businesses are probably bigger, probably older, can sustain itself better over time. Post-pandemic growth. Brookings Institute. Executive summary. I just want the raw numbers. Thank you. Wait. Changes black-owned employer business. Number of firms. Rate of change. Is this just raw owned businesses, not operated businesses, perhaps? Black-owned. But I want to see in the post. Let's go tools from 21 January 21. This came out a year ago. And they had already regained 38%. No, there's been a total businesses is 38%. So they are missing, what is it, 3% at the moment. Like I said, they would reemerge. African Americans receive fewer business grants. That's the issue. Than their white counterparts. And okay, yeah, it's not about sustainability. It's about them receiving less business grants. So it had nothing to do with lockdowns in and of itself. It's about the racist system, which whatever you do is going to be an issue. And we're 5 times more likely not to be a recipient of a paycheck protection program. Interesting. 5 times. Why? Why though? How do they get away with this? How is this not an issue? How was this not talked about more? Racial equity regression, with millions of African Americans having to leave their jobs due to lack of access to childcare, salary slashes, workplace discrimination, corporate practice that discourage remote working. Okay, just the workers, not our own businesses here. But this is a black business of being okay. Being shut out of resources to get back on their financial feet left people of color. Why is this capitalized? Even more of an economic disadvantage and dealing with their harsh reality of having less opportunities to accrue generational wealth. Fast forward 2022, where a surge of consumers are from the pandemic. Consumers are rallying to support black businesses, and just over 1.2 million African Americans make the decision to be self-employed. So this has nothing to do with lockdowns themselves. It has everything to do with a racist, systemically racist system. I guess systemic and system is the same thing here. Not giving them the money they deserve, that the government ordered that they should have, that the government promised them. Probably due to some loophole of, I don't know, size, whatever. But also, it's a moot point. They've been researched.
Business because of lockdown.
And this happened yesterday, this interview. Why don't...
If you care yet?
Well, no,
70,000 workers in one state were fired because of vaccine mandates. When are you going to care? Do they all have to be trans?
Do they all have to be trans?
When are you going to care about these workers? When are you going to care about this? When are you going to care about this?
They have to be trans for me to care.
You don't care. You don't care. Why don't you care about this?
Why would you accuse me? Of course I care about it.
You're just...
This is I want to see the entire thing. God damn it. You're talking to fucking Cornel West. Of all my issues with Cornel West. Of all my issues I have with that man. Primary being that he is knowingly, as Jimmy Dore himself admits, and I wonder if he's going to take it up in the clips, in the interview itself. But he's admitted that Cornel West running against Trump, which Cornel West calls, or against Biden and Trump, which Cornel West calls Trump a fascist, he is making sure as he's running, if he doesn't suspend his campaign prior to the election, that Trump will win, or at least have a better standing when it comes to winning here. We saw that yesterday, so I hope that comes up here in the interview. But we also saw earlier in the stream, 2 years ago, they were very cordial. There were no issues about this. Cornel West even mentioned all genders. Dore didn't do anything then. Dore didn't say anything. That's why I'm like, why is this different? That's why. But here we go. Now we have to. Cornel West doesn't care about the plight of the worker. Cornel West doesn't care about black workers. Really?
You're saying it's not important.
I didn't say it wasn't important. I said it was not the most fundamental issue in my lifetime the last 30 years.
Forced medical experiments? Forced medical experiments?
Forced medical experiments. Oh my God. I love these people. I don't have to debunk that, I guess. It wasn't any more experimental than the yearly flu vaccine, which the way they developed the flu vaccine. Okay, let me debunk it. Let me debunk it. The way they developed the yearly flu vaccine is by looking at the current state and going, I think this virus is going to win. I think it's going to look like this. And then they create a vaccine against that strain. Because every year, the flu vaccine has evolved. Every year, it's a different strain, actually. So you have to develop a new vaccine every year. So it's that thing, having a rapid development of vaccines, that's not old. Having this that's not new. It is very old. Yes, the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, much more rapid, very, very rapid. Of course, they didn't have a year to just roll their thumbs, and we didn't have a prior existing vaccine that has worked in the past towards this particular type of strain. So we had to be more rapid. Sure, fine, okay. Still not experimental. Being rapid means more scrutiny, more people on the issue, more eyes catching the bullets, catching the issues, catching the errors. The mRNA vaccine, you might call that experimental. It's never been used outside of trials, I believe, on humans. It might not even have been used on humans ever. The reason for that is not because it's experimental and new. It's developed in the 90s. It's because we didn't need it. It's because we had a functioning system already that didn't create issues that we didn't see. Then something new came along, and we went, we need to probably test this new thing, this old thing that we haven't tried yet, It's not experimental. It's just new. There's a difference. And it being global, because it's a global pandemic, we loosen regulations in war. Let's liken this to war, because it is kind of like war. It is a biological war against nature that we are facing. At every turn of our existence, we are facing a war against nature. Most of the time, we are winning that war. We are excelling. We are fucking America. Let's see here. Which war? We're America invading Iraq. Most of the times. So we're just rolling over the viruses. We're rolling over the bugs, whatever, Nothing can stop us. Then something comes along and goes, We try to invade Vietnam or something, you know? Russia tries to invade Ukraine. Why don't you take the current thing? Russia invades Ukraine, and at first, damn, they are just rolling over us. The virus is coming in. The orcs are coming over the mountains, and we have to defend ourselves. But we don't have the defense for this. So what do? We scramble what we have, and we suspend some civil liberties in order to fight it. That is what we do. That is how we fight these kinds of things. Jimmy Dore doesn't like that. He likes the money from right-wingers. So he has to be anti-vax.
Experiments, the Tuskegee.
Where's the nuance?
Oh my God.
Where's the
Tuskegee. Tuskegee. For those who don't know what Tuskegee is, it was the U.S. government forced, is forced the right word? Duped black people into getting free medical health care. What they really did, not killing them, just cutting off their reproductive systems. They couldn't reproduce anymore. That was good. They sterilized people in the Tuskegee. Who did they sterilize? Black people. Who got this vaccine? Everyone. That's a Leon reference for all you Leon fans out there. Everyone got this vaccine. Everyone. There's not there's not a class of people that were excluded. There's not a class of people that only got it. Everyone got it. And if everyone gets it, it's not a Tuskegee experiment where you don't want unwanted people to reproduce. This is a global thing. Everyone. If the rich gets it, then I'm fucking getting it. If it's good enough for the rich, it's good enough for me.
So you missed this story and you're not interested in getting it right. So you missed this story and you're not interested.
Cornel West there. This is, by the way, I love this. Cornel West is completely correct here. Completely correct here. Listen to him. Ignore what Dore is saying.
Right. So you missed this story and you're not interested. Well, Dr. West, I wish.
It's hard to hear it. But this is the ending. You agree with Jimmy Dore or you're not on the left. That is Jimmy Dore's MO. Through and through. If you don't agree with him, you're a hack. You're a conservative. You're a liberal. You're a liberal. That's the favorite. He never calls someone conservative. He never calls. Has he ever called a right-winger fascist? I wonder if he believes Hitler was a left-winger.
Wish you the best. You know I love you. You know I support
you and your precious wife and you stay strong about it.
Okay, I wish you all the best. I love you. Thanks for coming on. I really do wish you all the best. And I just wish you had a clearer message to reach people.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that at least. But what is this? Look, listen to this. Listen to the tone switch.
You know you missed this. So you forced medical experiments, the Tuskegee.
Where's the nuance?
Oh my God. So
you
missed
Where's the nuance? Right.
this story and you're not interested in getting it right. So you missed this story and you're not interested. Well, Dr. West, I wish you the best. You know I love you. You know I support.
You and your precious wife and you stay strong.
That's a switch. He's not gonna support. If he supports Cornel West, if Cornel West drops out, when Cornel West drops out, it is. I have to believe he's gonna drop out. I have to believe this is we have to talk about these types of things candidacy. Force Biden to be more left-wing type of candidacy. Because if Cornel West gets 10%, he might go, you know what, I'll support you, Biden, but you have to support this, which is good, which is a good tactic. I agree with that. That's a good thing. And when that happens, when he does that, when he comes out and he rallies for Biden, is Jimmy Dore going to say, it's time for Trump. The left is crazy. We need to eliminate the left in order to win. Is that going to be his justification for it? I believe so.
Okay, I wish you all the best. I love you. Thanks for coming on. I really do wish you all the best. And I just wish you had a clearer message to reach people, but you don't. It's muddled and it's a loser. So good luck,
Well,
though.
we shall see. But if it does win, we're going to incorporate your best and show how wrong and how off the wall you were too, brother. Exactly.
Why did he have to... He is so right when he got angry there. He was so right. And then he had to go, we're going to include you in your... No. Cut him off. He's not a lefty. He's not a socialist. He's not even a fucking liberal. At best, he's a tanky. At best. But that's... For me, that's charitability.
To offer an alternative to the two major parties.
I think it's just stupid, by the way. Just to
bring together disaffected members of those parties, along with independents and others who feel alienated from the political system as it exists. And the best way to do this is by running on economic issues that unite us, but which neither major party is willing to address because they're both beholden to the same powerful corporate interests. The Democratic Party long ago abandoned the working class in favor of beating the drum on cultural issues, and now that's all the Democrats have to run on. So if voters are looking for a party running on trans rights and calling Donald Trump and his supporters white supremacists, they can already vote for Democrats. The role of a third party is to focus...
I need the context here, I guess. Jimmy Dore chastises Cornel West for allegedly ignoring class issues in favor of focusing on LGBT issues. Okay.
It's not on the identity politics that divide us, but on core economic issues that unite us along class lines, like Christian Smalls did at Staten Island. Do you think he led with LGBTQ trans rights and white supremacy? Or
why would Christian Smalls do that? Christian Smalls is the head of a union for Amazon warehouse workers. Why would he run on, I guess, LGBT issues? But currently in America, they're being persecuted. They're being chased out of states. We're seeing what is very much the uptick. And this is probably what Cornel West is identifying. We're seeing how we start over here, just slowly inching our way towards that ramp up, that punch in the face. You know how you can see a punch coming from a mile away at sometimes? Like they wind it up. Ugh. You know, like idiots. Fucking morons. You can see that with the Republicans because they're not smart. You can see that. And Cornel West is. And you know what he recognizes? This very much feels like Nazi fucking Germany. Or rather, the Weimar Republic. And we need to stop the creep of authoritarian, fascistic, trans-hating, minority-hating in general, right-wingers that Jimmy Dore never talks about.
Or do you think he organized along class lines? That's what we have to do. You have to organize.
Oh, by the way, trans is a class. So I don't know why he thinks organizing around class lines doesn't include being trans. That's a class in today's world. Just as black is a class. You have economic class, you have racial class, you have gendered classes. And the reason I'm calling them classes is because they fucking are. I am white, but I'm not blonde. I'm not blue-eyed. Which puts me at a... does it put me at a lower class in Sweden? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we're past that. Maybe. It's possible. But if the Sweden Democrats gets more power, if we were to have... Because the Sweden Democrats and the Republican Party are pretty much one and the same, you know? And they're not one and the same. Maybe... Like the Maga and Sweden Democrats are one and the same. There we go. Maybe Sweden Democrats are less cultic in their approach. They're more sober in how they speak, in what they focus on, in what their tactics are, which is scary, which is bad. But the more they grow, the more cultish they are gonna get. They are the second largest. They're the second largest currently in Parliament. But they're still kind of small compared to the biggest. They're like half its size. But the more they grow, they will absolutely, if they continue to grow. We've seen a decline now in polls. But if they continue to grow, they will absolutely become equally cultish and equally deranged in their messaging. Now, wait, where was I going with this? Oh, classes. So I might in the future be in a lower class because of my hair color and eye color. Black people. Immigrants in Sweden, in the US, globally, everywhere. Immigrants, lower class. In America, black people, definitely lower class. Why? Because if you look at the justice system, if you're black, no matter the crime, you get a higher sentencing. We can see with PPP loans. We just saw that. Because they're black, they are 5 times less likely to get the PPP loan. There is a systemic issue there, a class that is discriminating us. Trans people are part of that type of class. So I don't know what he's talking about. He is organizing around class. Fuck you, Jimmy.
Meet people where they are. So what is your plan to organize along class lines, or are you going to keep talking about white supremacy and all those identity politics, which are there, not from the ground up, from the top down, to make sure we stay divided? What is your plan to organize along class?
Not from the...
Talking about white supremacy. What is your plan to organize along class lines, or are you going to keep talking about white supremacy and all those identity politics, which are there, not from the ground up, from...
I love this. Hyper focus on. So I never understood what the class reductionism was. But this is a fucking masterclass in class reductionism. Oh my God. He is... there's only class. There's only economic class. There's only the working class and everyone else. You know, it's only the poor struggling against the rich. That's the only thing that matters here, and everything else is a distraction from that issue. Let's put you in a hypothetical. You know, you're rich. You're a sports expert. You play sport even. You're a basketball player. You have a trans kid. You are rich as fucking hell. You earn more than God can spend in his lifetime. You're still not the richest person in the world, but who cares? You're not suffering. You have everything you can want. You have nice cars, a big house, but your child is fucking trans. Now, how do you think that person is going to feel? When Jimmy Dore says, fuck them. I don't care. Why not? That person, you don't know if that person ever or at all doesn't wants to lower taxes. You don't know if he is just because he's rich, you don't know his political leanings by that alone necessarily. If you're super rich, you know their leanings. You know they are. But if you're a basketball player, your political leanings just because you became rich doesn't necessarily change. So why is that person excluded? Another example: you're a poor person in Florida at the moment. Now, I believe that if a Democrat wins, if Cornel West wins, he is probably going to be more radical in his approaches than Biden, absolutely. maybe even more radical than Bernie Sanders. So if he wins, what will he do? He's probably gonna put in the fucking National Guard in Florida to protect the trans kids. He's gonna declare you could declare a state of emergency, have a national, not convention, but have a study or a national, what's it called, where politicians meet to discuss things and come to conclusions and make policies. What is that called? That's called something. I know it. Anyway, you have that thing where they force Florida, Texas, yada yada yada, to protect trans kids. So if you're poor in Florida, yeah, sure. If I vote for Jimmy Dore's candidate, if I vote for a candidate only focuses on economic issues, then how will that help me? I live in Florida. I'm trans. I can be discriminated at will by the people there. How is unions or a better worker economy going to help me when I can't even get a fucking job? It can't. That's why you need to focus on both. And at the moment, sure, the economic issue is affecting everyone, but the trans issues aren't just going away because of it. Hey, prick. Jimmy's not an outspoken anti-trans person. He says surgeries done on minors is wrong. What surgeries, Wednesday? What surgeries is done on minors? How many of them? Trans men taking part in sports as women is unfair to women. Okay? What about trans women taking part in men's sport? This doesn't make him anti-trans. There are ways to talk about these issues without being anti-trans. Tucker Carlson never talks about white supremacy. Tucker Carlson has never called himself a racist. Tucker Carlson has actually called out other racists for being racist. I'm sure there's a clip of it. I don't have that clip available, but I can imagine such a clip existing somewhere. And I don't think it's impossible for it to happen. Tucker Carlson is still a white supremacist. So I don't know why how you talk about issues is equally important as which issues you talk about. So, women in sports, or trans women in women's sports. If you're saying that without any transition, without even taking hormones, just calling yourself a woman should allow you to participate in women's sports. Yeah, I agree with you. Fuck that shit. No, you can't do that. If, however, you say, I can see a case being made even for contact sports, roller derby, MMA, soccer. No, that's not contact sports. Hockey. Maybe not hockey actually, because you have so much, whatever. I can see a case being made for contact sports banning it, or case by case basis. You have a commission or something. That's the word I'm looking for. Commission. You have a commission or something on people, but they're so few and far between that banning them all is just it's not going to do much at all. And what you are doing by banning trans people in their preferred genders sports is forcing trans men to compete against women. Cis women. And by force the vote, he means what happened with the squad when it came to Medicare for all. You have no clue about politics and how it works. Choose other topics. Wednesday, do you want to talk on Discord? Come on, Discord. Are you still in chat? Are you still watching? Come on, Discord. Let's debate. I want to hear Let's do this. I've tried to talk to someone about this, about these issues. Someone who is a Dore fan, who is a gray zone consumer. So please, why don't we have a conversation about this? Give me your Discord. You can you can't DM me if you're not comfortable. Let's see. I have an email. If you're not comfortable giving me or writing out the Discord in public, why don't I give you my Discord instead? That's much easier. I'm stupid. And what is my Discord? I have no idea. I'm getting to it. Give me a minute or a moment. Not a minute. Updates. What happened? Why am I'm lagging. Am I still lagging? Maybe not. Maybe it seems fluid now. So I'm going to give you my Discord. It's just updated. I think it's starting now. Thank you. Come on. I'll do this later. Got it. Fuck off. Give me my Discord. I have almost forgotten my login. Whatever. Give me your damn it. Give me your Discord. Whatever. If you don't give it, I'll log in if you give it to me, or if you reply even. So yeah, by force to vote, he means what happened with the squad when it came to Medicare for all. I know what he means. I've talked about it. So I don't know why you felt the need to correct me there. No, wrong. Okay, let's continue. Let's see. Where were we?
Talking about white supremacy and all those identity
Class
politics,
issues.
which are there, not from the ground up, from the top down, to make sure we stay divided. What is your plan to organize along class lines?
Well, I appreciate again the clarity and candor of what you have to say. We have profound disagreements, brother. When I organize around white supremacy, I'm not making some utilitarian calculation. I'm speaking as a black man who comes out of a tradition that's been terrorized and traumatized by white elites. And that does not in any way mean it takes me away from class issues.
Yep. Class
issues are crucial. Class issues are fundamental. But it doesn't mean that I'm putting up with white supremacy. One of the problems.
Why would Cornel West, why would any black activist, but any black left-wing, why would any left-wing activist put up with white fucking supremacy?
Is that you get too many folk who want to talk class, and can't say a mumbling word about white supremacy, police brutality, can't say a mumbling word hardly. Or when they do say it, you call it identity politics as if it's not connected to class. I'm hitting these head on. I'm standing with the workers when it comes to strikes. I'm standing with the workers when it comes to greedy bosses. I'm standing with the workers when it comes to obsession with profits and the needs not in any way being satisfied. But I'll never for a minute be silent or not raising my voice in terms of vicious treatment of black people, indigenous people, gay brothers, lesbian sisters, or trans. It's not an either or. And that's where you and I have a deep, profound disappointment.
So just stop there. Okay. Yeah, Cornel West is 100% correct here, obviously. I don't know if I need to say that. And here is the same clip that we saw earlier, it looks like. Is this the same Joe Charles Cornel West? They agree pretty much everything except the messaging of the campaign. Okay, let's listen to, because I might actually agree with Jimmy Dore here. I've not seen too much of it, but it seems kind of unspecific.
We agree on almost everything except the message of your campaign, right? That's the only thing. I would hope it would become even more focused. Well, let me just put it this way.
But are you suggesting that the message should be that Biden is a greater fascist than Trump?
No.
That's a good thank you, Cornel West. Thank you. Yesterday, as we watched, Jimmy Dore agreed. Jimmy Dore called Bernie Sanders a fascist, and therefore called it moot between him and Trump.
I'm not saying that you should talk about fascism or any of that stuff. I think you should.
Fascism is.
You can't talk about fascism, really? When fascism is on the rise, you shouldn't talk about fascism.
Very real.
I think
you don't think fascism is real in the country?
We're living in it. We're living in fascism.
But I'm talking about escalating in terms of intensity.
It has since Biden became president. It certainly has escalated in intensity. They've censored everybody. They've crushed unions. They've started another war, and now they're saber rattling with 2 nuclear.
They're not starting another war.
Powers. I don't know how. What they're.
He's talking about China there. China's not going to attack.
Well, I don't know how worse it could get. And by the way, he still hasn't let people out of prison. He still hasn't given student loan. He's still denying us health care. He doesn't.
He was blocked by the conservative Supreme Court. Now, he should have just ignored them and rolled them over, But I mean, he did try. He did something. He went further than people have gone before. So I don't know really what he's talking about here.
He's an enemy of the worker and a tool of military-industrial complex in Wall Street. There's no bigger fascist in the country than Joe Biden. The reason why black around people...
I so want to know what he means by fascist here.
People are locked up, again, isn't because of Trump. It's because of brother Biden. And Joe Biden is proud of that. He brags about that. He brags about the crime bill, and he will never apologize for it. So I'm just letting you know that I really want your campaign to pick up traction. This is the opposite way to do it.
Okay, so he didn't go into specifics at all? Just, this is how you do it. What? Okay. Why thinks Biden is more fascist.
Means that when you talk about
continuation. Is this a thread, perhaps? Ooh, this is a thread. Do you think that when you call Donald Trump a neo-fascist, this is about the fascism only. Good, nice, thank you. And this is the I'm an anti-corruption, anti-censor, pro-transparency, pro-accountability, pro-free speech, anti-imperialist, anti-authoritarian, absolutist. In other words, dirtbag left you. In other words, a Jimmy Dore fan. Might this actually be Jimmy Dore even? It might be. Glenn Greenwald, Sabi, Kathleen, Ryan, Brianna, Max, Aaron. Like, this is a Jimmy Dore fan through and through.
That when you do that, you sound a little bit like Joe Biden, and what you're doing is you're giving a pass to Bernie Sanders and anybody else for voting lesser of two evils. So you're endorsing the Democrats' message in their campaign. And so now people can dismiss your candidacy and say, well, we got to worry about the neo-fascism of Trump, as if Joe Biden isn't worse, which he is. He's
the guy who installed 3 young Supreme Court people. He's the issue. Yeah.
Bigger fascist.
Sure.
And he just crushed a union strike on the railroad, which is the definition of fascism. He's now trying to saber rattle with 2 nuclear powers, nuclear war, nothing more important than that. And what he's doing in Ukraine, you know exactly what he's doing, right? So he's the worst.
Oh, yeah, we watched that was the end of the previous video.
Warmonger in the world. 300,000 Ukrainians have already been slaughtered in this proxy war that was provoked by NATO, which you know. So when do you think that when you say that about, when you call Donald Trump a neo-fascist and you don't say that about Joe Biden, what do you say when I tell you that you're undercutting your own campaign and you are propping up the Democratic message, which is that they are the lesser of two evil and you have to vote for Joe Biden so we don't have fascism? By the
way, I completely agree with this critique. How can you honestly run against the two-party system when you correctly identified Trump as a fascist and Biden not as one? How can you even conceive of running there? Now, he's not going to say it, but my suspicion, again, as I said earlier, he's going to suspend the campaign.
By the way, we already have fascism. As we all know, fascism is the joining of corporate and government to screw the worker. And that's exactly what Joe Biden, the Democrats, and Pete Buttigieg.
Fascism is a far-right, authoritarian, ultra-nationalist political ideology and movement characterized by dictatorial leader. Does that sound like anything yet? Tell me when something, somewhere sounds like Biden, okay? I'm still waiting. I am waiting. Militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. You can claim this, but it's wrong because it's not forcible suppression of opposition because the DOJ is only charging, and Georgia state, which Biden has no control over, is charging Trump and his co-conspirators, not the entire Republican Party, which a fascist would do, which Republicans have promised to do. Belief in a natural social hierarchy, subordination of individual interest for the perceived good of the nation and race. There's more. But nothing of this, nothing sounds like Biden here, to me at least.
It did.
Maybe tangentially.
And so they will keep doing it, and they're not stopping it. And they're also for censorship, which is the hallmark of fascism. So this idea that Donald Trump is more of a fascist than Joe Biden undermines your own campaign. There's no doubt about that. And so what I would encourage you to stop doing that. What do you say back?
No, right, because it's a Dore fan, or maybe this is okay. So he continues here. Okay, thank God this wasn't the end of it.
It means that when you talk about fascism, you're talking not just about the rule of big money, not just the rule of big military, not just the rule of corporate power, so that it's oligarchic in essence, but you're also talking about dictatorial rule, no elections, the elimination of dissident voices, and then the scapegoating of the most vulnerable, which it could be immigrants, it could be workers, it could be Black people, Jews, Arabs, and so forth. See, under Biden, what you have is a fascist dimension domestically, especially against Black folk and others. You and I, the very fact that we're having this dialogue without being eliminated overnight, a fascist regime could completely call into question with the use of arbitrary power.
Yes. So how will Dore respond to this? Is he gonna just ignore it? He might just ignore it. He might say something like, trying to think here. He might say something like, Biden's doing all those things. He is arresting Trump. He's arresting Republicans, he might say, to obfuscate a bit. Or might say Trump, just to make it crystal clear. But he doesn't see the nuance. He doesn't understand the difference. He doesn't understand anything.
That's what happens in the mass incarceration regime vis-a-vis poor Black people and others. Right. So that is the fascist dimension. Similarly so in terms of militarism abroad. So that there's fascist elements, my brother. There's fascist dimensions. But with Trump, when you have calling into question transfer of power and so forth, that is not the same thing.
Sorry about this.
That doesn't undermine my campaign at all. The campaign's about truth.
100% undermines your campaign. 100%.
I am trying, because I've been locked out of my Discord, and I'm trying to find my password, but I can't.
Your argument.
Because my a month ago, my fucking phone completely broke, so I can't access the two-factor authentication on it. So I have to use my backup phone, my old phone, cracked phone. You can't see that it's cracked there, but it's cracked. Trust me. But I don't have the two-factor authentication there, so okay. What is this? Quinn asked Jimmy, how Biden is more fascistic than Trump? Okay, thank you. Here's the answer I'm looking for.
I want to hear your argument. I want to hear your argument as to how Biden is more fascist than Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Trump
just lay it out right quick.
Well, I'll tell you right now. The reason why the deep state Russiagated Trump was because.
But he's not a Republican, you know.
Because he wouldn't bomb enough to calm them down. So he wouldn't do enough bombing. The reason they impeached him because he wouldn't ship arms to Nazis in Ukraine, and he was against that. So that's
just are you defending Trump as somehow being a person who is? I don't understand. I don't stand your argument at this point, though, man. What are we talking about?
Okay, so there's
remember.
I want to understand what the content of your argument.
Sorry, wrong. Remember that Cornel West is a philosophy major. Not major. I'm sorry. He's a philosophy. He has a doctorate in philosophy, right? Cornel West doctorate. Philosophy. He has taught philosophy at least. Yeah, PhD degree in philosophy.
Argument is because one can, in fact, bring critique to bear on the system as a whole with the two corporate wings. Mm-hmm. But somehow, what do you say to trans and gays and lesbian brothers and sisters in terms of their rights?
So that's again. Joe Biden is responsible for the mass incarceration, not Donald Trump. Who is more responsible for black and brown people being locked up and America being the largest penal colony in the world? Is it Donald Trump or would it be Joe Biden? By the way, this conversation is a loser for your campaign.
But it is. I agree with that. The reason for that is because Joe Biden is a conservative. Joe Biden is not a socialist. He's not a liberal. He's not even a progressive. He might have changed into becoming more progressive later on, but he's not a progressive by any stretch of the imagination. Trump is just a fascist. I struggle to find why he can't just say one is a fascist and one is just right-wing conservative.
Sitting here trying to make the argument.
It could be a loser for you too, though.
Trying to make the argument.
You trying to make the case that somehow the Democrats are more fascist than the Republicans.
Here's where Cornel West's time in academia fails him. He's not a debater. He's an activist. He pontificates, he gives speeches, he does all these things, but he's not a debater against dishonest people. It's a completely different skill set when you're debating a dishonest person. You can't pin them down, or you have to pin them down on something. You have to say, oh, here, Cornel West should have said, you think that creating harsher penalties is more fascism? You think that creating harsher penalties is worse than allowing the DHS to use unmarked cars to kidnap protesters in the middle of the street? You think that's okay? You think that's better than Biden's idiotic war on crime or whatever that heavily targeted black people? You really think that's worse?
The fascism cuts
That's
across
what
the
right.
board.
That's what he should have said. But instead, he goes on this
Rant.
rant.
Fascists and the Republicans. The fascism cuts across the board.
That's not how you say it, though. You say it's only Donald Trump. You don't say.
No. Okay, I hope what Cornel West will apply to this is that I'm focusing on the one who is a fascist rather than the one who has fascist tendencies. There is a strong difference there. Everyone who's not I don't know, anarchist, I guess. Everyone who's not an anarchist, and I'm not an anarchist, has fascist tendencies. Authority, in its nature, by its nature, is fascist tendencies.
Say it cuts across the board. You called Joe Biden milquetoast, and you called Donald Trump a fascist. So you're not saying Joe Biden is a fascist, really?
I said there's fascist dimensions to the Biden project. You're absolutely right.
It's
but
like you're campaigning for Joe Biden almost when you're doing this. That's
You're campaigning for Biden when you say he has fascist tendencies?
what it sounds like.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
But that's what I'm not saying you are doing that. I'm saying that's what it sounds like.
What it sounds like to you. That's what it sounds like to you. And you got a right to be wrong. You got a right to be right. It sounds like to you. But it doesn't sound like that to a whole host of others at all.
I think what's happening here, maybe it's not the time in academia, maybe it's not his lack of debate. It's because he likes Jimmy Dore, because he's friendly with Jimmy Dore, because they have been friends in the past. I'm not thinking they're going to be friends after this. Because of all those things, because he likes Jimmy Dore, he's going to overlook these issues. He's going to treat him as an honest actor when he doesn't understand that he's not honest at all. I think that might be actually the issue here, not the academia and not having the not the baggage, the experience to tackle dishonest actor. It's probably the experience of not being able to identify friends who are dishonest actors.
Oh, no, brother.
No, of course. Jimmy Dore tells Cornel West that they agree on pretty much everything except the messaging of his campaign. Yeah, we watched that. And I'm guessing, yeah. Wait. It's time to get serious about what Bernie Sanders has become. A mashup of the Bernie Sanders media industrial complex talking about Bernie Sanders and Cornel West. TYT, status quo, Rational National, Rising, Secular Talk, Jimmy Dore, Show, etc. Turning to the post-duopoly show tonight.
Platitude.
Where is this from? Are they on speaking terms? Really? Okay. Oh, Dr. I'm so. He was hollering about it later, and he had Metzger probably talking. Oh, I want to see the entire thing. God damn it. Okay, that's what we're getting today, it seems. Sadly. Sadly. This is all we're getting today on this issue. I'm not done streaming yet. Unfortunately, this Wednesday Addams character only popped in for a short while. That's disappointing. But we have other things to watch. Other things to be upset about. Do we want to watch more Jimmy Dore? Where he goes... Wait, didn't I watch this yesterday? Yeah, I watched this yesterday. Sorry. So we're not going to watch that. We're removing that from the links that I have. We're going to watch, and sorry for the bait and switch here. I'm not going to play it, but we're going to watch Jackson Hinkle, okay? Russia is invincible, he says. Let's see. But this intro is so funny. No, it's not muted on your side. Mute it. There we go. These people, let me talk over these lovely images. You can see the time there. These lovely people, Jackson Hinkle and the like. I think the thing. I wonder what pathology they actually have, because there is something wrong with them. Either they're just unscrupulous, either they're just hacks. They might be, I don't know. They might just be stupid. I don't know if Hinkle is actually stupid. I think he's rather, I don't want to say cunning. Him or someone behind the scenes is actually rather competent at what they're doing. Nobody that speaks about MAGA communism, speaking of, nobody that speaks about MAGA communism, Tim Pool. That's interesting. Nobody speaks about MAGA communism. I think that's a good and sensible, good and sensible idea that it's a coherent ideology could ever get as much traction as Jackson Hinkle has gotten. He has been on Tucker Carlson multiple times. He is palling around with the biggest podcaster. Maybe he's gonna be on Rogan someday. Maybe. Like, he is everywhere at the moment. Hello, Bumblebee. A very small Bumblebee. Interesting. Hey, Boss Baby Fan 42. Welcome to the chat. Nobody speaks as incoherently as Jackson Hinkle in his ideas. Not his words. His words are very coherent, but the ideas they convey are completely incoherent. Is Tim Pool not on YouTube, perhaps? Rumble, because I want to see if the entire video is available. Tim Pool, or is he one of those just like No, these are just Tim Pool live. Is it a different channel? Timcast IRL. Here we go. This is live. There we go. And Jackson Hinkle. It's a 2-hour. We're not going to watch the entire thing, obviously. We're going to skip to the good parts. Is there maybe someone who has commented with the good parts? Nope. And there's no... Can we get a transcript? MAGA. When do they start speaking about MAGA communism? That's what I want to know.
In Georgia.
Tim Pool Live, MAGA communism. I thought they were speaking about MAGA communism at some point. Maybe they just don't.
Getting me ready.
We're gonna see if we can skip around a bit. We're gonna start here and just take it from there.
They named that store that. It's like, it sounds like, I think I got my first suit from Banana Republic.
They were making it cool. It's like, hey, it's okay.
Owned by the same company that owns like Gap. And
yes.
That's their name.
Well, then when someone says something like, "Ever hear of Banana?"
It means that they are Americans out of state in Georgia and for Stop Cop City, right? So Georgia's literally under attack from people who are not from Georgia. And their attorney general is like, no, it's fine. I'm not interested in taking part.
Yeah, what is this domestic? They call it domestic terrorism. But if a guy from France comes to the United States and commits an act of terrorism, that's not.
I'm not following what they're talking about. Georgia? Is this
counts of this? Now we're gonna go with someone. But I am.
Is this about Trump?
Accused to have Hillary Clinton rampant in Atlanta. They killed people.
The people who talk.
Okay, we're gonna take it from the beginning. Apparently, I'm sorry.
Selling that prosecutors traced to the and nuked the
anything you would
uncensored with them.
Not even okay, sure.
Just out of Georgia, and this is on top of the 20 or so that have already been charged with domestic terrorism for the actions they took at Stop Cop City, which includes firebombing and throwing bricks and other objects, as well as, there was a shootout and there was a bunch.
Here it is. Here's what I wanted from the video. Discussing American communism with Timcast.
What is the value of communism?
Orienting government and the economy for the public good.
But I think that's like an oversimplification.
Yeah, that's a very oversimplification.
I think that's like an oversimplification.
Everyone agrees that you should orient. What was it? Sorry. Why am I missing the?
What is the value of communism?
Orienting government and the economy for the public good.
That is such a flattening of politics that it's meaningless. Everyone agrees with this. Everyone. If you ask a conservative, do you agree with orienting government in the economy for the public good? They're going to say yes. But then you ask, okay, what is the public good here? And they go, well, freedom. We need to kill trans people. We need to abolish civil rights. We need to, that's the public good, they say.
But I think that's like an oversimplification.
Well,
or idealistic.
Simply, that's what it is.
Simply, that's what everything in politics is.
I think that any communist state that takes form in America is going to have communist values, or American values, rather. It's going to be based on the history of our country, the Constitution.
Are you saying that political parties are formed by their surroundings?
I think it would be a Christian communist state, and I think that we can learn a lot from China and from
Christian communism, by the way. Christian communism, kind of based, actually, kind of good. They are not the same as Christo-fascists at all. Not even close. Christian communism. I believe they've done quite some good things, actually. Now, I don't agree with them. I'm not a religious person, but goddamn, I have to give credit where credit is due. There was something about they're not entirely, Marxist. Neither am I. Nobody is, by the way. I doubt if Marx was alive today, neither he would be a complete Marxist. Christian communists, I don't mind them. Christian tankies, however.
Union, but you look at China today, Christian communist state, and I think that we can learn the history of our country, the Constitution. I think it would be a Christian communist state, and I think that we can learn a lot from China and from the Soviet Union. But you look at China today, their economy is outpacing ours. It's gonna beat ours totally, probably within the next 5 to 10 years.
The Chinese economy is propped up in the same way that the Russian economy is. They are the second we in the West remove our manufacturing plants from there, Jesus was a socialist. That's true. The moment we remove our factories from there, which we're already starting to do, we are already bringing them home after the pandemic. We're saying we need some protectionism here. We need to protect the core services, at least, of our economy. We can't just have designing here, producing over there. We have to have some form of level, which is where, as I talked about yesterday, I believe in worker co-ops. They will not send the factory overseas, because that's going to mean they lose their job. That's going to mean they lose their income. I can perceive of them working together with a factory over there. You know, I can foresee stuff like that, but they're not going to move the factory over there.
Oh, Europe is going down.
It's like, again, when we remove those, sorry, China.
U.S. is going down. China lifted 845 million people out of poverty in the last 40 years.
Oh, and by the way, China Communist Party, right? Just 3M there, yeah. Communist Party goal. Didn't they just change their goal, their ideology? Capitalism. Ideals and convictions. Since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, core values of more world of capitalism. Xi Jinping. Can I get a? While the CCP claims that China is in the primary stages of socialism, they've been there a long time now. Party theorists argue that the current development stage looks a lot like capitalism. Huh. That's interesting. Alternately, certain party theorists argue that capitalism is the early stages of communism. I agree. It's a transitional stage towards it. Didn't Marx say that? In official pronouncements, the primary stage of socialism is predicted to last about 100 years, after which China will reach another development stage. Some have dismissed the concept of a primary stage of socialism as intellectual cynicism. According to Robert Lawrence Kuhn, Robert Lawrence sounds familiar. Is this really the best image they have of him? You can't even see his face, dude. Is that really the best image? Robert Lawrence. Maybe that's the best image that was free. I don't recognize him. China is, when I first heard this rationale, I thought it more comic than clever. A wry caricature of hack propagandists leaked by intellectual cynics, but the 100-year horizon comes from serious political theorists. Sure thing. I believe they changed their goal. People's world. China won't be the capitalist world, though, low-cost labor hub anymore. Communist Party Congress declares. So they're gonna do some protectionism now? We're gonna see how that turns out.
I think that we shouldn't be China, but I think we can learn things from China and the Soviet Union and other countries that have done it successfully.
Successfully?
Do you think China
didn't do it successfully? Fell apart.
Yeah, they fell apart in 69 years.
But what did they do successfully? They took their country from its knees, from dirt, from a feudal society, basically, to the economic powerhouse that defeated Nazi Germany, the bloodiest, largest battle in all of human history.
Yeah, but we're already an economic powerhouse.
Yeah.
So how would communism benefit us?
Are we an economic powerhouse, or are we this?
Yeah. The U.S. is an economic powerhouse, for sure. If you don't believe that, why don't you, I don't know, open a computer? Is it in English or some other language? Is the programming language that you're doing, is that English or not? I know English isn't American, but they are developed. They are... I don't know how you can argue that America isn't an economic powerhouse. God damn, it's the most economic powerhouse that I've ever economically powerhoused. There's no country, singular country, that comes even close to the powerhouse that America is, both economically, both militarily, everything. It's a one hegemonic world order at the moment. We're just pretending like it isn't.
This Byzantine labyrinth of insurance companies, law firms that utilizes Wall Street power, utilizing the dollar as a tool of financial pressure on the rest of the world. Without the dollar, America is not nothing, but it's nowhere near as strong as it is today. And when you see BRICS rising up, you see Russia, China, India, South Africa, Brazil.
Isn't BRICS already falling apart? BRICS. I mean, you want expansion could be a bad idea. Here's why. Taking in more members too quickly could leave BRICS incoherently weakening rather than strengthening the bloc. As leaders of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and by the way, how do you get these countries to coexist inside this type of system where they are supposed to, I don't know, help each other? You want China and India to collaborate? That's going to be impossible. South Africa has an arrest order out for Russia's president. Brazil, I don't know what they are doing there because I like Lula. Maybe he's like doing a calculation that this is better for them nationally. I don't know, maybe. But it's like him compared to all of these. They compared to all these is very much left wing, currently at least, in the current iteration. These three don't change that much, and this we will see where this ends. BRICS Summit starting on Tuesday. There's little doubt that the grouping has taken on new importance amid intensifying great power competition. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and West, increasing aggressive sanctions campaign against both Russia and China serves as context in which the global diplomatic community will be watching the conclave in Johannesburg. Right, okay, interesting. Indeed, the war in Ukraine has already cast its shadow on the meeting. Russia, President Vladimir Putin, attended only virtually to avoid South Africa any embarrassment. The African nation is a member of the International Criminal Court, which has issued a warrant for Putin's arrest on charges related to the conflict, and would legally be required to take the Russian leader into custody. Blah, blah, blah. Yet the possibility of any such drama now ruled out. Two more substantive and interrelated development will hold the center stage at the summit. See you, Blaze. Thanks for being here. China and Russia have expressed interest in expanding the group in efforts to grant it greater weight in international affairs over 40 countries, blah, blah. The second issue is de-dollarization for Russia and China, de-dollarization. But while South Africa, Brazil, and India have better relations with the West, they too see lesser reliance on the dollar as being a positive for their economic growth. Yeah, okay, so they're just doing an economic calculation here. Regions state that every night I ask myself why all countries have to base their trade on the dollar. Good question. I don't disagree with that question. BRICS, however, you're going to trade in rubles like Russia wants? Are you really going to do that? Trade in rubles or trade in, what is it, yen? Is it? No, yen is Japan. What is China's? China currency. I said China currency, not Swedish. The renminbi? Renminbi. Fen. What is fen? The renminbi. I've never heard that word before in my life. And we're talking about China. Yuan. How do you pronounce that? Yuan. Yuan. That's the currency I am familiar with. What is this? People's currency. It's a people's currency. Is the basic unit of the renminbi, but the word is also used to refer to Chinese currency generally. So this is their cents, probably. The yuan, the won. Yuan is the base unit of a number of former and the present. Is a base unit? I don't understand what the difference is. Okay, whatever. You're gonna trade in those currencies. Good luck with that. De-dollarization. There's too little to know about the plan to reach definite conclusions. The BRICS track record on the de-dollarization has been mixed. China and Russia have successfully reduced their dependence on the dollar for cross-border trade. On the other hand, the new development bank established by BRICS in large part to facilitate the de-dollarization of state lending is largely dependent on the dollar. Their own bank is dependent on the dollar and is now struggling to raise the currency due to having Russia as a founding member. Its chief financial officer recently acknowledged that you cannot step outside of the dollar universe and operate in a parallel universe. Yeah, exactly. Prior to globalization, it was up in the air. Post-globalization, the dollar is won. I'm sorry. The existing dollar hegemony is backed. If you have American money and you travel to the third world, you'll be a king. You'll be able to buy things cheaply because it's more valuable than their local currency. While they all dislike being called upon to abide by Western sanctions, many of them have strong relations with Western countries that they do not wish to hurt. India and China are strategic rivals that don't see eye to eye on many issues. During last month's SCO summit, India refused to sign onto a key economic document because it included Chinese diplomatic language, like referencing to Beijing's Global Development Initiative. India has broadly aligned itself with a Western interest against China, the availability of Western economy. It's like, how are they gonna even coexist, you know? Brazil is being led by a left-wing president who is worried about alienating Washington as a business partner and is knowledgeable of how the U.S. tends to take an aggressive posture against South America. I don't think Biden is going to do that. That's not Biden. Biden ensured the transition of power for Lula. So I don't think he's gonna do anything against Brazil because of this. However, if Lula really wanted to, why doesn't South America band together? Why this global reach? Why with competing economies are you trying to create this? Why with competing countries that don't even share any allegiance are you trying to create this? Why not with your neighbors? Rising tide raises all boats. You know, stuff like that. And I understand maybe this is they're doing this because we have India in South Asia, China in Northeast Asia, we have Russia in Europe, Asia, and then we have South Africa, and then we have Brazil. Like, why these nations? They are on all continents except for the Europe and North America. Oh, yeah, Mexico is going to want trade in dollar. Never mind. But Central America might want to trade with Brazilian money instead. Or is it the pesos? Anyway, I don't. This is meaningless. This is stupid. It's not going to work. It's going to blow up within a year. South Africa is concerned that enhancing BRICS membership will further reduce its influence on the bloc. Yeah. Officials in Pretoria. Is that a country? Oh. Pretoria? Oh, capital of South Africa. Okay. I didn't know that was called Pretoria. Is that a new capital, by the way? Like they just built it? Like Brazil did, idiotically? It's South Africa administrative capital. Serving as the seat of the executive branch of government and as a host to all foreign embassies to South Africa. 1855. So no, it's not let's found it here. This is going to be the capital, period. Okay. I just don't remember it's being called Pretoria, I guess. That other BRICS countries are far more influential in the group as its economic and social progress has stalled in recent years, South Africa is also very concerned about having to take sides in emerging new Cold War between the US and China. That's true. That is, yeah. Though it is under a significant amount of pressure to South Africa to align itself with the West. What? I don't understand this paragraph. So South Africa is concerned about BRICS membership, but the capital of South Africa isn't concerned with it somehow. Now I understand. Okay, they have 3 capitals. 3. That's okay, sure. So we have Pretoria, which is the executive branch. They're there. And then we have Cape Town, which is what I am familiar with, which is legislative. So basically they have... Oh my god. Such a fucked up system, I guess. Basically, they have the president and the government over there. And then they... How far away is this? I'm not going to show you my map. Map. Pretoria. And we're going to go to No, not Johannesburg. We're going to say Cape Town. And what's this third one? Bloemfontein? You know, that place. Or Bloemfontein. I'm not showing the map yet. Bloemfontein. Interesting. Okay. So we have the executive branch over here. I'm actually going to do this even. So we have this executive... No, you can see it. Okay. You have the executive branch over here. And then you have the legislative branch over there. So you have the president and the government here. And you have other politicians over there making laws that the executive has to work with. And then smack dab in the middle of Africa, or South Africa, you have the Supreme Court. Right in the middle of them, almost. But I do not understand. Where is Johannesburg in all this? Isn't it in the south coast, or am I mistaken? Johannesburg. Thank you. Oh, of course. It's right next to the capital, of course. Jackson. Okay, we've seen it. We've read enough of this. We can finish this actually. Because this is actually not uninteresting to me. And that's all that matters, really, isn't it? That I am amused. Brazil is being led by a left-wing president who blah, blah. South Africa is concerned about enhancing BRICS. There we were. This is what has... So I'm guessing what they're meaning by this, then, is that the executive branch, the president, wants this to be. But the legislative branch is kind of worried. Probably. That's what I am. Their Congress, whatever their legislative branch is, the Congress, Parliament, whatever they have, Senate, they are worried about this. But the president and his government isn't really worried. This is what has fueled demands by India, Brazil, and South Africa for stricter rules to determine whether an aspiring member should be allowed to join or even become an observer. India, in particular, has argued that democracies be the focus of... That's interesting that India is focusing on democracies being included. Because I don't have a high view of Modi. But maybe that's not Modi who is speaking there. Maybe. Such differences have undermined the work of other major global balancing organizations like the Organization of the Islamic Cooperation, G77. I know G7, I know G8. Is G77 just a group of 77? Oh. Which are 60 members, apparently. I guess. Former members, New Zealand. 1963. Okay. So these are... These have been, when they began, I believe, developing countries then? Mexico, founding member of the group OECD in... After joining the OECD in 94... Okay. South Korea founding member left the group, joined OECD. Okay. OECD seems to have overtaken this, maybe. Oh, whatever. Oh, not. Okay, so Brazil, almost all of South America. But are they allowed? Oh God, there are a lot of dots here as well. Are they allowed to be in both? And if so, why not? What's the issue of being here? Or whatever. And the non-aligned movement. God, what is this then? Non-aligned movement. So everyone outside of the imperial core, I see. The non-aligned movement is a forum of 120 countries that are not formally aligned with or against the major power bloc. That are not formally aligned with or against any major power bloc. But we have Russia, we have China, we have Brazil, we have India. What's the difference with... Oh, they're of observer status. But isn't that to be able to join observer? Observer status. It's a privilege granted by some organizations to non-members to give them an ability to participate in the organization's activities. Observer status is often granted to intergovernmental organizations, to non-member parties, and in general. Yeah, okay, so they are observing there. Got it. Cool. This ascension of various. This is, by the way, this block, non-aligned movement. This is not against the major power blocks. It is clear, based on who is in it and who is observing, that this is anti-Western. You see Ukraine here? They probably just haven't removed themselves, because they've been in a war. They don't care about this. The ascension of various other countries, such as Argentina, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and their own complex foreign policy preferences, would not be seen favorably by Washington, but rapid expansion of BRICS won't necessarily be more powerful. Indeed, it could make the organization more incoherent and unable to reach a clear consensus on anything of importance. Got it. So that's BRICS for you. Something that's going to come tumbling down on its own within a few years. It's not going to have a unified currency that they can all rally behind, because none of them... Okay, let's not go back here just yet. None of them is strong enough to force the others to use their currency. So either they create a new currency, like the EU did, where you pool everyone together for that. The issue with that, for both Russia and China, is that they can't do fuckery with their own currency anymore because they don't control it. And that's why they won't agree to it, and that's why it won't happen. And Russia and China and India are all gonna want to be the head dog here. I can see that Lula goes, oh, whatever. We don't want to fuck with our currency, so we're happy to create a. I don't know if India is yet to fuck with their own currency either. So maybe they would also be happy with a more of a unified currency. But India and China isn't, and they're not going to give the other one the hand up. God damn, I always go back too soon. The reason that the U.S. won over Britain is that the U.S. didn't occupy a lot of nations. The U.S. overthrew the U.K. So former colonies were probably pretty amenable towards using the dollar. And the U.S. was quick on the globalization stage. They were quickly to just give up money because they got power, they got money, so they do international trade, and everyone trades with the U.S. because they're so big, their economy is so strong, so everyone has it. And that's why everyone else fails. Because why would you trade in the ruble when their economy isn't strong at all? It makes no sense. China came too late to the party. If we started today and said there is no global currency, China might actually be one of them. China and America might have split the world, and the West trading in the dollar and the rest of the world trading in the yuan. Is that how you pronounced it? Yuan, their currency.
You see Saudi Arabia, the UAE, you see Iran, Egypt, seven of the top 10 largest oil producing in the nations today working to create a new global reserve currency that's going to challenge the dollar. I mean, it's not the end of America, but it's not going to be pretty for us in the future.
You think that's
oil reserves by country? I want to see how big that gap is. Saudi Arabia has been steady over here. Venezuela. Pfft. Canada, damn. We have Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Canada. I didn't know Canada had more than the US, actually. I knew Russia had it. Somalia? Really? And the asterisk is going to be that they can't confirm it independently. Oil reserves in country or territory, fair enough. If the U.S. discovers that Panama has oil, it's still U.S. oil. Or energy in country or territory. Energy in country, what the fuck does that mean? Is Sweden even on this list? I don't think so. No. Norway, however. Norway's here. There we go.
Centrally planning an economy is a more effective strategy. The sector take it.
I think that every economy's planned. This economy in the U.S. is planned to enrich Wall Street, rich legacy families in our country. It's built to enrich
unlike Russia,
the
unlike
largest
China.
Monopoly capital powers that reside within the U.S. I think China is a country that plans the economy to lift people out of poverty in regions like Xinjiang, and also focuses on giving people tax relief, helping them create new businesses, making sure that they have enough.
He gave a very specific thing there. Xinjiang. Xinjiang. Oh. Why am I bad at this? Lifted. Wait, no. Economic not situation. Wealth. Why don't we go to wealth? Weather? No, wealth. Zhejiang is an eastern coastal province. Right there. Ooh. That's nice. I like this. Very pretty. Oh. Its capital and largest city is don't matter, don't care. Zhejiang border Jiangxiang, blah blah. Geographical, there etymology, history, pre-Zhejiang history, not interesting. People's Republic era. Is it different from the people's so this is post-communism. This is pre-communism. After People's Republic of China took control of mainland China in 1949, the Republic of China government based in Taiwan continued to control the Daqian Island of the coast of Zhejiang until 1955, even establishing a rival Zhejiang provincial government there during the Cultural Revolution 1966 to 76. Zhejiang was in chaos and disunity, and its economy was stagnant, especially during the high tide of the revolution. There are agricultural policy, blah, blah. Zhejiang benefited less from central government investment than some other provinces due to its lack of natural resources. China was like, you guys don't have anything, so we're just gonna let you be there. You're not gonna get some investments here now. A location vulnerable to potential flooding from the sea and an economic base at the national average. Xinjiang, however, has been an epicenter of capitalist development in China and has led the nation in the development of a market economy and private enterprises. So, capitalism? That's what Jackson Hinkle is proud about? Capitalism, is it? Now, I don't mind this. This is good. This is better than the alternative. This is a step towards the right goal. It is a transitional step, but it's capitalism. They brought them out of poverty through capitalism. Wait, what is this? While Mao invested heavily in railroads in interior China, no major railroads were built in South Zhejiang, where transportation remained poor. Interesting. Politics, economy, electric heaters. So they produce a lot for the West. Xinjiang is one of the richest and most developed provinces in China as of 2022. Its nominal GDP was 15 trillion. Yeah, they manufacture things. They are capitalist here. So that's how they brought him out. Yeah, okay, sure, cool. I agree. Good.
Zhang, and also focuses on...
Which, by the way, again, it's the richest province in all of China, counting for 6% of their entire economy. How many billionaires? Where do billionaires live in China? Billionaires in China. Where do you live? Huh? The richest man. Do you live in Xinjiang? Yeah. When he enrolled at was now the Xinjiang Radio TV University, journalist in Xinjiang. So he's from, at least, there. He might not live there anymore, but he has connection to there. Okay. Who's the other one? Who are you? By the way, quite remarkable. What is Elon Musk at? Elon Musk net worth right now? They are Far behind. Far behind, actually. You might not think it, but they are. Damn it. No. Oh, ByteDance, of course. Robin Zheng. We're just going to... Last one. Fujian Pro. Okay. So, but the richest person either at least is from there, have connections to it, or even resides in that area. Which probably skews the wealth quite a lot.
Giving people tax relief, helping them create new businesses, making sure that they have enough money to afford homes and healthcare and stuff like that. I think America is a country that prioritizes every single interest of the ruling class over the interest of the working man. That's why we have 60,000 homeless veterans, 600,000 homeless individuals. We have a higher ratio of homeless in our country compared to any industrialized developed nation on the face of the earth.
What about property rights?
How many people are homeless in China? 2.41 million homeless adults and 180,000 homeless children. Oh, damn. And homelessness in USA, it might be higher, but it's not, of course not high. Oh, what am I, stupid? 2.4 million homeless people in the US. That would cripple the economy probably. No, oh, this is true. Oh. Homeless veterans falling, yeah. So it's like they have homelessness. I don't think a socialist society can have homelessness, actually.
The working man. That's why we have 60,000 homeless veterans, 600,000 homeless individuals. We have a higher...
And China has 2-point-something million homeless people.
Ratio of homeless in our country.
Higher ratio of homeless. Ratio of homelessness in China. But by the way, can we really trust these numbers? Maybe. It's possible. Let's go. It's possible that China definitely ignores these numbers. However, I also think that maybe China, if you're homeless, you go to a concentration camp. I can foresee that type of homeless average day data, homeless per 10K. That's the number I'm looking for. Let's go to China. You have 19.2. Sweden, interestingly, have 36 per 10,000. USA. America. What? United. Thank you. 17. What were China's? China. So you're just lying, Hinkle. You're lying. 17.5 is less than 19.2. You're lying. Unsheltered per 10K. What does that mean exactly? How is that different from homeless? Huh? What does unsheltered mean? Homeless in national census seems to mean unsheltered. Oh, so they're making difference with people who are couch surfing, perhaps between friends and stuff like that, who are. But they're. I don't know if I would call them homeless necessarily. Unhoused, unsheltered. I guess unsheltered. Yeah. But either way, China has a higher homelessness than... But to be fair, I do think that the U.S. might be lying about these numbers too. Their criteria for homelessness might be below at least Sweden's, at least Europe's threshold for when you count someone as homeless. Just as they have a lower unemployment rates due to stuff like this, just like they have a lower unemployment rates. Did I say that? Whatever. Yeah, I said that. I mean, poverty rate. They have a lower poverty rate because they don't. Their numbers are quite low, so they don't recognize that someone needs to be able to sustain themselves in order to survive. You know,
compared to any industrialized developed nation on the face of the earth.
What about property rights? Would you suggest doing away with them?
I think we should just give property to the people. Trump's talking about this new plan for America cities. He's talking about 10 new cities across the United States. We'd have, top elite architecture specialists throughout the country that submit plans to build new cities where young Americans with families.
Never gonna happen. That type of project. We've discussed this type of project before. Arizona? There's a town they're planning in the middle of Arizona that's gonna have water, that's gonna have like parks, and it's gonna be cars all around, flying cars even, I believe. It's not gonna happen. They're bloviating, they're jerking themselves off. It's nothing. What he's talking about here is Trump has said that in his next term he's gonna make a legislation that's gonna create 10 new cities. Why do you need 10 new cities? Why not fix the broken cities that already exists?
Families are basically going to get the opportunity to buy land, buy homes for pennies on the dollar for super cheap. And I think...
How? Let's assume he's correct. Let's say that Trump signs this order. Trump goes to... they start creating these cities. They start building them, and they have these plots. They have these plans. They have these houses. It costs a lot of money to move. How is a poor person who can't afford a $400 emergency gonna be able to afford to move? Who's gonna take up these plots? Who's gonna buy them? Of course, it's gonna be rich people, Black Bloc or whatever they're called. No, Rock something. Something Rock is gonna buy up the major part of these plots, the major part of these houses, and they're just gonna rent them out, and it's gonna be the same fucking thing all over again. But why is he talking about this? Why is he saying this? Because he's a Trump sycophant. Because that's all he cares about. He doesn't think, oh, how can we make sure that the poor people actually get lifted? That's not his issue. His issue is, how do we make sure that poor people vote Trump? How do we make sure that poor people support that goal? He doesn't care about the poor people at all.
I think we should do that right now. I mean, why is it that every American is governed by debt? Every American is in debt when it comes to their home loans. Every American's in debt when it comes to student loans.
And how is 10 new cities going to fix that? At all. Did he say student loans? Why isn't he supporting Biden? How is 10 new cities isn't going to help student loans? Why isn't is it gonna have debt? Is still gonna be a thing. They're still gonna have to be in debt in order to afford these homes. So I don't understand how he thinks. I do know how he thinks. I do understand why he says this. I don't understand why people think he's right.
Medical debt is insane right now in the United States.
And Trump is going to bring in M4A, is he? Is Trump going to support Medicare for all? Is Trump going to support universal healthcare, universal education? Is he really?
Why is it, this is the last thing I'll say, everything about communism is about taking power away from the wealthy hordes, the Sacklers, the Rockefellers, the Bushes, all these families that are hoarding our wealth, our resources in America right now and keeping it for themselves for who knows what. Why is it that Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos are allowed to buy up all the land in this country? And no one questions that. But
a lot of people question that. AOC questions that, but you hate her.
Idea of giving every American enough land to get by, maybe have a small garden or a farm or something like that, that's insane, and no one's allowed to talk about that. And that's some communist conspiracy that no one's ever going to imagine ever taking shape here.
Well, this does well compromise. All of the land seized by the Bureau of Land Management, we break it apart and we give pieces of it to various American citizens.
I don't know how to spell it. Bureau. Bureau. Whatever. Of Land Management. Bureau. Bureau of Land Management map of land managed. That's what I wanted. Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. So he wants the compromise that he proposes here. He hasn't looked into, of course. So we have land planning boundaries. I'm guessing these. Oh, so it's not a color map. It's just here are the things. Oh, okay. If we zoom in, we get some national recreational sites. Yeah, I don't need that. So we have here, first of all, I don't know what the colors are, but I think that we can all agree that this wouldn't be good. Selling out national parks, selling out in dangerous areas is not going to help Americans become richer. It's not going to help the poor. It's not going to help anyone. What the fuck?
I was going to say, this doesn't really sound like communism. It almost sounds like just a form of socialism that you're describing, that you want the government to do more for the American people. Because communism would be the government owns all the land.
No. But he's not incorrect with how he describes it. Government does more. That is how Hinkle describes communism. Even though he supports Trump, and even though he's a fucking Republican that wants smaller government, I guess. I don't know. But government does more isn't communism. Communism is worker-controlled economy. Worker-controlled nations.
We're not getting it.
Yeah.
So
well, that's not the case in China. China, they've given land to the people. But what I think you can say,
they're a weird kind of like post-communist, like authoritative.
Yeah,
state.
it's like land leases, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not giving land to people.
China is 100% ML line. I mean, you look at Mao, you look at Deng Xiaoping.
And ML line is not communism.
You look at Xi Jinping. I mean, you read his books, Governance of China. It's all an ML line. It's 100% Marxist-Leninist. And there's a lot of people who try to say, well, China's like semi-capitalist. It's a capitalist communist state. It's because they don't want to admit that communism is actually winning, whereas pure capitalism here, or corporate capitalism, whatever you want to call it, is failing beyond.
Communism is winning? In what fucking world is communism winning? Oh my God.
On belief.
Again, he thinks... Oh, so he stops there, of course. Okay, that was a fun video, I guess. Let's see if I can find... Oh, they're talking Starfield. They're talking Starfield. Let's see.
Occupy Wall Street happened.
Oh, that's loud.
They said, we want to remove these people, and they're like, there was a lawsuit. That's the way it should be. Mm-hmm. When Occupy Wall Street happened, they said, we want to remove these people, and they're like, there was a lawsuit, and they're like, you can't. It's a public space, so free speech is allowed. You can't just claim private property after the fact. The same thing should be true for Twitter. Once you're signed up and on, you have free speech. They can't remove you unless you commit a crime and they get a warrant.
Yep. I was going to say, it seems like...
I've thought these things. Okay, before we get to the Starfield, I've thought these things before. I've been in that headspace. And it's idiotic. It's utterly idiotic. If you walk into a restaurant and they say, nah, bye-bye, we don't want you. They have every right to do that. Every right to deny you, specifically, the right to sit at their tables. Of course they do. Why wouldn't they? And having it any other way would be stupid. Imagine not being able to... Imagine a skinhead. Imagine Boneface. This guy. Boneface. Really? Florida. Is it 2 words? Yeah. Imagine this guy walks in. Yeah, you're in Hawaii. And you have a beach-located bar. People go shirtless. People are allowed to be shirtless inside the bar, you know? They can sit, they can do that. Sure. It's an open-air bar. And this guy walks in, shirtless, with his tattoos. Even if he's not shirtless, this is enough for me. To say, dude, please, you're scaring the customers away. Imagine you coming in shirtless, though. Are you just going to go, yeah, fair enough. Good on you. Welcome, one and all. Of course not. Of course not. Did it have any evidence? Whatever.
Social media, your rights, the rights.
And social media have every right to just say, fuck you, we don't want you. I think there should be a process for social media sites, as there is a process legally with restaurants. You can say, that's discrimination. Why did they not want me? Because I am black, perhaps? They don't like my color. How do you know that? 5 other people who are black all got denied. No black person is allowed in this restaurant. That's how I know it. You know? That's how you prove there's discrimination. This is just them saying, fuck you, we own this. You're allowed to have your own website. You're allowed to, I don't know, do whatever you want there. You're not allowed to encroach or to force yourself upon someone else's website.
Free speech aren't being extended online fully, as you know, like you can go outside of a Starbucks and you could say whatever you want. Can't say whatever you want, you know, on Twitter. So I think if we fully extended those rights, we wouldn't need to even have, you know, the government take over.
But you don't even need government maintaining it. Like these privately owned public spaces are maintained by the organizations that own them, and there's some benefit. Usually, like they get a tax write-off or something. They don't got to pay taxes on it because it's open to the public, but then they pay to maintain it. In the instance of Twitter, they get the lawsuit protections. You're not responsible for what anybody says. You can sell the ads, but you also can't remove people unless they're breaking the law. There are challenges with that, but I think the issue then gets to what we've talked about before. If you go in public and you wave a poster with porn on it, you're going to get arrested on obscenity charges or something. They're going to take it. They're going to pull the sign down. They're going to say you can't do that. Twitter should be the same thing. I don't understand how we got to the point where we as a society still recognize you can't go out in public and show lewd images and wave them around in the air, but on Twitter, you can.
Because it's not in the public, you can avoid. Nobody's forcing you to. Do you want free speech or not? Nobody is forcing you to be on Twitter. You are forced by nature to be alive. Unless you want to unalive yourself. That's fair. I don't think it's fair, but maybe seek help first. But apart from that, we are forced to be alive. We're forced to see things we are around. So I don't. This is a moot point.
On any social media
But also,
platform.
aren't you a social free speech absolutist?
Why is that you got to pay you have to show an ID to get into a bar? You got to show ID to get into a casino. You can't even walk through a casino unless you're 21. You can't even bring your kids to the restaurant. So a lot of casinos will do this thing where the restaurant is actually just on the other side of the security line so families can actually bring their kids. Yet when it comes to looking at adult graphic content on the internet, there's no requirements.
Yeah.
That's nonsense.
Yeah.
What? Of course there's requirements. What's the age restriction on Twitter? Age restriction Twitter. 13. And you know what? If 13-year-olds want to watch porn on Twitter, cool. I don't care. What? They're 13. It's fine. They've already been exploring their own sexuality at that point. You know, if they want to watch porn through Twitter, whatever. If you want to set up this type of filter, however, then you do that with your own child. Make sure that your child, this is a parenting issue, not a government issue. When did you become an authoritarian?
No, it's crazy. And other countries aren't like that. In Asia, China, you don't have that sort of stuff. Russia's doing away with that stuff.
The authoritarian countries aren't like that. No shit.
And I think at its core, the question of this issue of hashtag ban the ADL, it's like
truth bomb.
All of these issues of foreign or domestic interference in private companies is completely legal. There's no First Amendment protection. But Tim, like you said, if you have some sort of a structure in place there that guarantees free speech, it would do away. Anytime you have someone getting banned or taken off for something other than explicit content or illegal criminal activity, that's immediately a free speech issue.
I want to jump to this story. Let's get.
So what they are proposing, what they think they want, is for governments or for corporations to be unable to, I don't know, have a terms of service if it's not a criminality or sexually explicit content. They're not allowed to moderate those contents, though. No. Because you have to go through a court. Unless it's sexually explicit. At which point, everyone knows what it is, right? Everyone can identify porn like that. How do you prove it's porn? Like, there are some things that I think you can prove is... Can you really? Even penetration isn't necessarily porn, right? It can be an instructional video. It can be an informative video that displays this. Would you really call it porn? I wouldn't. Naked boobs, are they porn? Why? If a man gets augmented breasts, can he no longer go topless? Or can he no longer show himself topless on Twitter then, according to you? Where do we draw the line of sexually explicit content? Is being sexually, not sexually lewd, being risky in your approach? Is dressing as in a Scottish school skirt sexually explicit by its nature? I don't think so. If I see a bunch of schoolgirls, we don't have that in Sweden, this phenomena, but whenever I've seen this type of phenomena, a bunch of schoolgirls walking in a parade or whatever, in a line, I haven't thought, oh, god damn it, that's sexy. You know where the schoolgirl fantasy came from? It came from your childhood. When you were a teen, and that goddamn tease of a classmate bent over, oh, that riled your nuts, you know? That gave you a boner, and you had to tell your classmates because you were wearing sweatpants that, you go ahead. I'm just going to finish this up, okay? And you slowly put everything into the bag, and then you strategically placed the bag in front of you. Thankfully, I'm no longer a teen, so I don't have to do that. I can control myself a little bit better than that. But this is what they want to ban, for sure. Chastity. That's what they are advocating for, which is interesting for someone who claims to be an absolute free speech absolutist. Do they both claim it? I don't know.
Cultural. We have this one from thegamer.com. They say Starfield isn't woke. You're just afraid of the future.
True.
Now, many of you may not be familiar with Starfield. It's a video game, and a controversy has emerged because you can choose your pronouns in the game. Another game just came out called Baldur's Gate, which is also sparking some culture war outrage.
I
think is worth talking about. Because there was a funny meme, and it said, gamers are entering the culture war. You know, what's going to happen now? And it's like, Gamergate was the beginning of the culture war when people playing video gamers got upset over a variety of issues, including gaming companies paying media outlets to write favorable reviews for them. But this is what happened.
So
here's a story.
God damn it. So what he is missing here, and what has been revealed in post-Gamergate in the post-Gamergate era, is that there were two major factions inside Gamergate. Should I start over? Maybe I should, actually. Because I just went over and I didn't. You know what? I'm going to start over. There's nobody watching. I'm sorry about this. I'm all by myself.
Legal criminal activity. You know, that's immediately a free speech issue.
I want to jump to this story.
Okay, here we go. So, I'm going to get some water, actually. Okay. So, I don't think anyone can have missed the story of the week. Woke Starfield. Rage. Can I just get the rage? Is it really that hard to find? Okay, here we go. Let's start with this. Everyone has talked about this. I'm not gonna relitigate everything. I'm not gonna go over this entire screech or anything like that. I'm just gonna give you the primer so you know what you're dealing with here. This is what started all of this.
Gender ambiguity. Current day California pronouns.
Oh God, okay, this wasn't the actual video. Oh, God damn it. Starfield Media. Give it to me. Starfield. Here's not that. I want the raw video. Starfield. Okay. This might be it. Okay, so everyone has seen the Starfield discourse. I'm not going to relitigate everything. I'm not going to go over the entire video. We are going to watch Tim Pool and Jackson Hinkle talk about it, at least. See what they say. But just to give you a primer, Here's what started everything about it.
There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off. Fuck that. Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what?
Fucking pronouns! I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity.
What a bomb!
So you can fucking current day us. Current fucking day. Fuck off. We can't see past our own fucking.
Okay, yeah, you've seen it. You've seen it, okay? I haven't seen this yet, but apparently... So I wanted to see what the guy who screamed about pronouns in Starfield thought about the Hogwarts Legacy boycott. And I was not disappointed. The hypocrisy is prophetic. Interesting. Interesting.
I will not be berated, bullied, intimidated into not playing a game because you think it attacks you or goes against your ideology. Boo fucking who? Man up! Fucking
Of course. Which, by the way, is so fucking common from these people.
Boo fucking who? Man up!
Man up, bitch!
Ambiguity! You think it attacks you or goes against your ideology, and you just can't help! Shovel! You are dog shit! You think it attacks you or goes against your ideology. Fucking crap! Ideology! Into everything!
Yeah.
You think it attacks you or goes against...
Yeah, we're gonna... That's too late. Too early. Too early. Sorry. So that's the thumb guy who everyone has been talking about, screaming about genders, screaming about pronouns in video games, you know, stuff like that, basic shit. If you haven't seen it, there's a million other videos out there on it. So now we're gonna watch the Timcast IRL with Jackson Hinkle talking about it.
Criminal activity, you know, that's immediately a free speech issue.
I want to jump to this story. Let's get cultural.
Yeah.
We have this one from thegamer.com. They say Starfield isn't woke. You're just afraid of the future. Now, many of you may not be familiar with Starfield. It's a video game, and a controversy has emerged because you can choose your pronouns in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Another game just came out called Baldur's Gate, which is also sparking some culture war outrage that I think is worth talking about. Because there was a funny meme and it said, gamers are entering the culture war. You know, what's going to happen now? And it's like, Gamergate was the beginning of the culture war when people playing video gamers got upset over a variety of issues, including gaming companies paying media outlets to write favorable reviews for them.
True. That is true. What he is missing and what has been abundantly clear, not only did Chris Reagan make a tweet about this, he tweeted a video on it. Not only that, and what he tweeted was, all right, why don't we, Chris Reagan, Chris Reagan, really? From Chris Reagan. Is just Reagan? Or C. Reagan, perhaps? I had it up earlier. God damn it. Reagan. Give it to me. Come on. Chris Argun, of course. From Chris Argun. Right wing. Let's go to media. No? Really? Let's just go to media and maybe if I just scroll enough. I might actually find it, but I'm not going to do that because he has a lot of media there. Whatever. He put out a video on Twitter where he said, when I was in Gamergate, or during Gamergate, I got approached by a right-wing media organization that said, we will fund you if you talk about our policies. And he said, it's really obvious which people took that money. And I have to agree. Now, the reason I say this, the point I am bringing up is that there was a rift. There was a massive, there were two big factions inside Gamergate apparently. That wasn't apparent from the beginning, to me at least, and I don't think to anyone else. And that rift is between right-wing ideologues who want their politics, but it's couching it in this, just let artists be free, man. And then there's them who are actually principled in their stance for the artists' endeavors. I am one of those. When I was in Gamergate, I wasn't a right-winger. I was there because I wanted to give artists the ability to do whatever game they wanted without being forced into something. I've had an idea in the past. Has everyone played Hate? Do everyone know what Hatred is for a game? It was a very controversial Polish game. Hatred game. It is a pretty much a school shooter game, you know? You are playing as a... here, I can show you. It's just you're executing people, you know? It is very, very brutal. It is kind of like a Postal game. Yeah, it is what Postal 3 should have been probably. Anyway, I had an idea way back of doing a Hatred game, but you were either you'd start as a man. No. The idea was that you started as a woman who, due to misogyny in society, due to being treated in horrible ways, started going on a rampage. But you only kill men. If you kill women, you get minus points. If you kill kids, unless they're boys, you get minus points. Stuff like that, you know? So, and the idea for me, because Hatred got so much controversial publicity. And my idea was, my thought, and why I still might want to do this is, people are going to rage about this. But once you finish the game, you start over. But now, or you can start over. But now you can choose to play as a man. And it's the reverse. And then you start over. And you play as a Muslim, killing non-Muslims. And then you can start over as an American, killing Muslims. You know, and it just goes on and on and, you know, stuff. That's what I foresee. I can still foresee the critique of this game, how the right-wing media apparatus just floods it with critique because they don't know what the message of the game actually is. There is no message. It's just trolling. I still might actually want to do that. Actually, now that I might have talked myself into doing that. I have a player controller that I'm quite proud of that I might try to use for that. Maybe. Oh, maybe.
But this is what happened.
Oh, sorry. But Starfield, let's listen. So the rift between these two factions. One support the artists, my faction. One support right-wing policies. And unfortunately, due to how prevalent it got, due to how much talk about it was inevitably going to be right-wing politics, because they were always nudging the entire movement towards that. They used the same tactics, which is why I am hyper vigilant on it, the same tactics as Jimmy Dore, where Sargon of Akkad attacked left-wing politics in order to fix it. Which I do. I do that as well. People call themselves left-wing. Cornel West. I attack him. However, what they do not do is give prescriptive statements. What do they want? Not what do they critique. What do they want to achieve? What is their goal? You have to have clear and obvious goals that you want. And every goal that I hear from Jimmy Dore, from Jackson Hinkle, from Tim, all of their goals align with the right wing. So the only conclusion I can get is that they're right wing. Now, let's get back to Starfield.
He's paying media outlets to write favorable reviews for them. But this is what happened. Here's a story. Starfield has pronouns. Actually, Ian, can you explain what Starfield is?
Starfield is a game by Bethesda. It's their newest launch. So like Elder Scrolls and Fallout, this is the new one, and it's a space game where you can fly around from planet to planet.
I do not recognize Bethesda. I do not recognize Bethesda as the Fallout company. That is Activision for me, through and through.
And experience different biomes.
Yeah.
I think it's first person.
First new IP by Bethesda in 25 years.
You've actually been playing it, Kellen, you said.
Yeah. I've not really encountered any wokeness. I mean, the pronouns thing was already default to he, him, so I didn't even touch it when I started the game. But I'm curious what this article talks about, because so far I've enjoyed it. I haven't run into any.
This, by the way, props. I have to give props where props is due.
Nonsense.
Is it like Fallout?
Exactly. So what Fallout 76 should have been,
Really?
except in space. Like, it just works well.
That's interesting.
You know, it's very in depth. I like it so far.
They say shortly after early access
I'm not going to play it, but that's interesting.
began this weekend, a clip went viral featuring a bald British man screaming about how Starfield is desperate to remind us of the current day with its use of pronouns and body diversity. They say hundreds of years in the future, a universe that reflects the progress made within our own allows players to select the pronouns people in their lives choose to address them. This choice is respected and is an obvious component of making your character in the RPG's opening moments. So I got a question. Pronouns are only used not in your presence, or if someone's speaking about you with you not privy to the conversation. How does it work in a video game when it's a first-person game and you're involved in every conversation?
That's not how pronouns work. Let's do a little role-playing. Person A. Can I... Oh, right. I have... whatever. I'll do voices. I'll do voice instead of something else. Person A. Well, good sir, I do declare that you are a nobleman. I do declare. Person B. Well, thank you, good sir. I do appreciate that. Person C. What did he say? It's not a. He's not a he. It's not he. It's she. Okay. Oh, you're still here? Oh, I do declare that I am, sir. I am still present. Sir is also a pronoun, by the way. Oh, well, thank you, ma'am. It's not a binary. Mostly it's for when you're not there. But not only, and absolutely not in games where there's text where they speak about you and they reference you in that text, stuff like that.
They'll probably talk about you in front of you. And they'll
To
be
prove
like,
they're doing it.
Z doesn't want to go over there
and do they have cutscenes? Maybe not.
anymore. Can you type in your pronoun, or do you have a list you can select from?
I think it's a list.
Dude, I gotta say,
Are you sure?
I watched the intro. I watched MF Pallytime play. I think it was Pallytime play the intro, and it was rough,
the
man.
intro.
It was like woke. It was like girl boss. This old woman.
Starfield was?
Yeah, is like the boss, and she has no charisma. And you're like, why is this woman the main character right now? And then this dude, this beta dude, comes up and he's like, I'm gonna give you my ship for no reason.
By the way, guys, like the stream, please. Please like the stream. The first 39 minutes. This is gonna be. I'm not gonna.
Best.
Okay, it's not the creation, I guess. So is this the woman he's talking about?
Seals are good. Oxygen's good. Just do what you did last time, and you're fine. Follow my one simple rule.
She's lifeless because she's a Bethesda creation, you know? This is Bethesda's standard model, the creation issue, that they have no life in their face, and they try so hard yet.
Hella, what's my one simple rule?
Listen to Lynn. Boss lady knows best.
Exactly. Listen to me. Mining's just like any other job. Go steady, go safe, go home with a pocket full of credits at the end of the day.
Yeah, totally. It's just like, I work in the Star Dock. Except with more cave-ins, lasers, and accidental dismemberment.
Very helpful. Thank you.
You're gonna be fine. Your first outing was solid. And, let's be honest, it ain't exactly astrophysics.
That's why I keep him around. Good pep talks.
Yeah, and the fact that I can pinpoint a helium deposit from 300 meters.
Not untrue. A shame we won't find any down here. But the metal deposits alone should pay.
Okay, so that's the woman. Yeah, I don't disagree that she is. I wouldn't say. I wouldn't call her charismatic, but that's probably more because of the model.
I am going to leave you.
But now let's see here. Where's are you just gonna give me this ship? Oh, okay. So this is the intro. Okay. This is playing the intro. I get it now. I get it now. But you know what? One of the reasons why they probably didn't make her completely charismatic is because they wanted to go for more realism here. They wanted to go for more down-to-earth realism. You're in a cave. This is not going to be the charismatic speaker. This is going to be a worker, a managing worker, That's probably the reason why, which I don't dismiss as a good reason. But I'm waiting for giving her the ship, Cool. I mean, it looks pretty. It even looks interesting.
Hey, come on.
I'm still.
Take it easy. You were out cold.
Is that the same woman?
No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out. Ring any bells? Any of this look familiar?
Okay. Background. I want to see the. What? Did it just skip the entire? So they just skip the body, they skip the face, they skip the background. Traits, okay. Oh, there it is. Cyberrunner traits, blah blah. Name. And I don't do anything with pronouns. Okay.
Oh, you passed out, that's for sure.
So this is okay. So this creation image wasn't that bad actually. It's not that. Like I remember Cyberpunk. It was too much, way too much. And then this guy. I guess this is the guy who just gives her the.
Been a long time. Kazal, hellhole, like this place. Rare mineral contract. Your tastes are a bit... Right here. The new guy found it.
Just like grab...
Not cool. He passed out after the extraction. Woke up saying all...
Oh, wait. Here it is. They're talking about the person in third... the character in third person.
Passed out after the extraction.
He passed out.
Woke up saying all kinds
You're
of
right there.
nonsense.
You're listening to this conversation.
Is that right, cowboy? Went on a trip, huh?
Wait.
Went on a trip, huh?
I'm fine, nothing to talk about. How would you know about... They just have a conversation about it.
We'll push into the great mystery.
The credits, and I'll be happy.
Oh.
Been there.
Look, just hand over the credits, and I'll be happy to never see this thing, or you, ever again.
That's why I like you, Lynn. All business.
Barrett, the scanners on the frontier are reporting a ship coming in hot from orbit.
I'm still waiting for the... Just take the ship part.
Under pressure.
Ran straight at those pirates like it was nothing.
Now that was some fun. You saw it. The visions. Bring it up, but we don't really...
You think you're just going to take off after the mess you caused?
All right. I guess I did just put you all on the Crimson Fleet hit list. How about I stay and I send your Dusty here in my place? I know, but he's not some miner anymore, Lynn. Soon as he touched that rock, something changed. Don't tell me you can't feel it.
Fine. It's a deal. Get out of here, Dusty. You're on to bigger things.
So I've skipped around, so I probably missed some things, but it doesn't seem completely out of left field.
And that's the beginning of the game, and then it just dumps you, and it's like, wow, this is like...
Well, that's the beauty of the
really
game, is you
bad
can
plot.
completely take a left turn if you don't want to follow that. That's how, you know, that's how
Fallout,
vast...
that's Oblivion, that's Skyrim.
Right, so you don't have to follow that storyline if it's rubbing you the wrong way. I like that having the option, you know?
Here it says, Starfield doesn't even push the progressive boat all that much, from what I can tell. Most of its companions abide by the sexuality of the player when it comes to romance, while going with the non-binary gender option will also lock you to a specific protagonist voice that can't be changed no matter how you might sound or look in reality. Which brings me to the next story, which is...
What? It represents a rather generic way in which gender non-conforming people are viewed in our society. Non-binary folk exists and should be respected, but from the perspective of cisgender people, they are also a demographic that can be pushed into a box like anyone else. While going with the non-binary gender option will also lock you to a specific protagonist voice. Why not? That's really dumb. That's going to be fixed in the next patch.
Changed no matter how.
Non-binary people sound like they're. This is where critique should be addressed, but I don't think the angry gamer boys kicking up a fuss about pronouns have the intellect to make it that far. Instead, their only outlet is anger for the sake of anger, because hobbies they love and define themselves by aren't afraid to change with the times and leave them behind. That's true. Now, I do think there is, and I said this during Gamergate, there is a difference. When we're talking about gamers, it's a very, very broad spectrum of games here. We have everything from mobile games to Starfield, you know? It's the entire gambit here. We include everyone in this. When we say women, or when researchers say that women are half of gamers, they're not lying when they include everything. Now, I don't think that's a good definition. I don't mind, by the way, if you enjoy playing some games on your phone. I don't mind that. That's fine. That can be, you can still be a gamer and do that. I do think that being a gamer is a self-ascribed identity. It is not something just because you play games doesn't make you a gamer. A gamer is someone you are someone who plays games. Just like if you go out with the boys to play soccer, are you a soccer player? No. You're someone who plays soccer with the boys, you know? If someone asks you, hey, are you a soccer player? You don't go, yeah. Me and Messi, Ronaldo, me and the boys, you know? Zlatan Ibrahimovic, I'm with him. Why am I so much now? I don't know. However, during Gamergate, one of the things why I was on the side of Gamergate, until I wasn't, was that it felt like there was an outside force that didn't have a vested interest in games. There was a famous game that was created, famous during the time it was famous, Sunset. It is still on Steam, apparently. Tales of Tales. Studio. I believe. Do they still exist? Games? Oh yeah, okay. You can see it's not like a high quality games here. These are like very, very indie games. And then they got a grant from, I believe, the Belgian, the Belgian ministry or Belgian, what is it called? Belgian government, including Kickstarter, apparently. Okay. Grant. Oh, Belgian developers. Okay. Didn't they get a grant as well? Whatever. It's not important. The point is that they quit after making Sunset, which is bad. But basically, Sunset was just a game where you walk around doing nothing, pretty much. It's what I understand. Like, it's mixed. It's not a... I'm only 2 hours in. I don't know where the game ends, but so far, after a dozen or more apartment visits, it feels like a whole lot of nothing going on. Yeah. The character ruminates on events happening outside of her control, but I don't know if there is a challenge or fail state. It just keeps moving forward. Yeah, I don't think there is a fail state, actually. So, and he had 6.7 hours recorded. Yeah. They quit after that because, again, it felt like someone who wasn't in the game sphere, inside of the culture, forcing themselves upon the culture with a lot of good press. Like Tim said earlier, there was fuckery with the press. Gamasutra? .com. We need... When is this from? Oh, perfect. April 17, 2017. 2015, I mean. They are doing glowing reviews. But I want... Okay, can I do a... Gamasutra.com, because this might be more about the development. Sunset 0. No, okay. And we're gonna sort by oldest. 97? Damn, they were early online. Oh, it is Gamma Sutra, apparently. 2000. They were really early. I didn't think there would be this much of sunset in on a game website, you know? Apparently it is. What if we go by article type, article, category, topics, GDC, events from our sponsor. There, so they might have just removed Sunset Game Review. What is this? Open Critic? So IGN gave it 8 out of 10. Like, Eurogamer recommended it. GameSpot 7 out of 10. Kotaku, yes. I'm guessing that's a recommendation. Like there is taken slowly. Sunset is a beautiful, fascinating experience. Interesting, but they were pushing this during Gamergate, and let's just talk generally a little bit about Gamergate then. Gamergate did some. The game industry wanted to push like everything is a game, pretty much. And I just don't agree with it. Calling Sunset, where you don't really do anything, a game is kind of misleading, you know? It makes games need... Oh, okay, yeah. I studied some social psychology, actually. And in there, we discussed what's the difference between game and play. Minecraft is straddling that line very, very good. Very good, because they have both. It's both play and game. A game has rules. A game has a fail state. A game has achievable goals. Play does not have that. Play is just you using your fantasy, using whatever you want within your confined? Why can't I speak today? Within your space to create whatever you want, and yeah, that can and I don't mind that as in the what should we call it, the style of a game. I don't mind that. But it needs to be obvious what it is. It needs to be upfront about it. And what is this categorized as? Oh, right. I forgot they have reviews here, of course. What is this categorized as? Okay. It is categorized now as a walking simulator. Good. But also as an adventure. I don't think it is an adventure. It's more of like a story, a visual novel. An interactive novel, I would call it more. Sunset tells a story, again, interactive novel, about revolution via the reflection of domesticity, an unusual and thrilling use of the video game medium, and one that expands both its scope and its definition. Had this game come out at any other era in modern gaming, I don't think it would have been as... I don't think people would have been cared that much about it, including the critics. That's the point. The critics, they didn't listen to the people. Well, anyway, whatever.
Might sound or look in reality. Which brings me to the next story, which is Baldur's Gate, which I also, I just started playing Baldur's Gate, and this was silly, and I almost just couldn't do it. Sorry, whatever. I'm 37. The wokeness in this game was beyond, was almost just, I just, okay, look. Usually when I play these games, I just do like random character. I don't care. And the name will be like random letters, whatever.
You're not playing the game then, bruh. Well, you are, but I mean, come on.
Dude, it's a first-person game. You know, you're sneaking around. With Baldur's Gate, it's more of like an overhead turn-based RPG.
I don't care about the physicality when I'm playing a first-person game. I'm talking more about stats and stuff like that.
But with Baldur's Gate, you could be, when you're creating, you create 2 characters to start with. And you create one more directly and then one as a companion. And so I'm like, okay, you know, Baldur's Gate, like Ian tried playing it. Yeah. I'll play this one. And so in the character creation, you can choose body type 1, 2, 3, or 4. I think there's 4 body types. There's basically thin woman, man, fat woman, and fat man, or like wide body, I guess. Then there's gender identity and voice. So you can have like a type 1 body, which is female, with a dude's face and like a female voice, like, you know, I don't know. Or you can have like a woman with like a dude voice who identifies as a man. Identity is actually a characteristic in the game. So you can take a totally female character in every possible way and then say identifies as a man. And I'm like, what is the purpose of this? So here's what ends up happening.
Inclusion? Okay, we're gonna wind down the stream now. It is I've had a discussion on Twitter, as I always do, where people are talking, with someone who was talking about how he couldn't understand why sci-fi, science fiction, science and fiction, even if you don't believe that transness is a thing, which it is, what's the issue in a science fiction movie? There are a lot. I mean, it's not. His argument was that it's not consistent with the world. I'm like, how not? Well, because you have a dick. Can't be a woman if you have a dick. That's not what consistency means. It's still narratively, it's still culturally consistent. But these people are not interested in actually having conversation. He was an obvious fascist, the dude I was talking to. I even called him out, and he didn't even bother to refute the claim. And that's the tragic, really, of today. There are so many fascists, and the conversation I want to have, I can't have. We have to endlessly discuss all of these things. Endlessly. And I haven't always been the best on trans issues, of course. Nobody has. Most trans people, obviously, haven't always been the best at trans issues. For obvious reasons. Self-hatred being the obvious reason. But I was never self-hating. I didn't care that much about it. But these people really do care. And that really makes me wonder. When I was in Gamergate, I was always asking for debates. I was always asking for someone to talk to about this, have an interaction about these issues. Can you explain them? And every goddamn time, and it's something that's still going on, every goddamn time, they went, it's not my job to inform you. Go do your own research. And I'm like, I have. Can you explain why I'm wrong? I have done my own research. That's why I've come to this conclusion. Can you explain why I'm wrong? And they never responded. They never wanted to respond. They weren't interested in having a conversation. And I'm feeling the exact same way now. They're not actually interested in having a conversation. They're interested in crushing their opponents, and they're willing to use whatever tactic they can. They're willing to lie about their ideology. They're willing to lie about their motivations. They're willing to lie about anything they want in order to get the political win. I'm done streaming for the day. thank you everyone who's been in chat and watched and everyone. 42 viewers. That's remarkable, actually. I am happy about that, even though a lot of viewers just jumped in and jumped out. Anyway, it's been fun. I'm still very happy about yesterday's stream also. I'm very happy about today's stream even if it's had a rocky start. Isn't stream? Yeah, stream elements. Why am I not logged in here? I am logged in. I'm just going to check one thing before I leave. Because I've had some issues with my activity feed. So I'm just going to check. Oh, good. September 3rd to 9th. Okay. Okay, that's it for today. That's it for today. I am away this weekend. I'm going to try to edit some videos today so I can have some videos come out before I stream the next time, which is going to be beginning of next week. I'll be home. God, it depends. I might be home on Monday, and if so, I stream on Wednesday. But if I'm Tuesday. But if I'm home on Tuesday, I won't be able to stream until Friday. So I might be gone for a week. We'll see. We'll see. It's all up in the air. I love you all. Take care. Bye-bye. See you in a week.